Did it. That code weep.
I'd still give it a couple seconds before doing things are started.
I will say hello again. Hello, okay. Hello, Matt. Hello, code weep.
Usually that first like 5 to 10 seconds sometimes just kind of gets skipped over.
How y'all doing? Happy it's Friday?
Are you?
Yeah.
Got a nice relaxing weekend ahead.
I'm down here after after the work week and I'm tired and I just feel like that old man and from Tomb Raider who follows Laura around her mansion and moans. You know the one I'm talking about, Tomb Raider 2? Like
no,
her butler. Is her butler?
You're pulling up some obscure references.
Like Laura Croft's butler in Tomb Raider 2 will follow her around the mansion and he's like this horribly old dude.
I feel like I do
moans
remember
and
it.
aches every time. And if you try to shoot him, he just holds up the tray to block bullets. But then he just like he just follows you around like a shambling skeleton.
I think I remember that because I had a friend that played the Tomb Raider games.
Yeah, it's just like the only way you can get rid of him is to lock him in the freezer. And now that I've experienced his life, following you around, I want to be locked in that freezer. Because he finally gets to sit down.
Thank you, Pie Lover, for the reso. Hello. And hello, Soul Kitty Matt, Code Weeb. There's a couple of things I didn't have set up, and I kind of set up last minute.
Sugar.
It's just chocolate syrup.
Just chocolate syrup.
It's like Hershey's chocolate syrup.
Yes.
It actually tastes better. Like, normally, you know how if you eat like a sweet cookie and then you drank something like that, it would make it not so sweet. Yeah. It actually dumbed it down to just taste like Hershey's syrup without any of the beer. And then when the cookie wore off in my mouth, then it went back to tasting more beer.
Like if I ate cake after drinking, the cake wouldn't taste sweet. It's
good.
Sweet. No, yeah, it's sugar.
You know, Untitled Art's a pretty popular brand around here, but John said he hadn't seen it before, so it must be very new. It's also 8%.
Oh, go bed, Jade.
Oh, Jade, and good night.
Good night. It was nice to see you. How's Trixie doing? Still stuck in the
I have to do the she's never not gonna be stuck. You're saying you got like ate up by mosquitoes last night, and I didn't get a single bite.
We all did. Everybody bite you, apparently.
No, I didn't get a single bite.
Look at it. I have one here, one here, one here. That's the one on the pinky. It's kind of hard to see in this light, but there's a bite here. My hands got eaten. I have like one on the back of my arm that itches.
Yeah, I had absolutely nothing.
Well, that's because you're not human, and they don't drink non-human.
Well, also, like, bug bites, like mosquito bites, it's an allergic reaction. And I don't know if, like, maybe I just no longer allergic. Maybe I was bitten a whole bunch and I just never noticed.
It means that you're just open game.
It's actually pretty rare, but it would be cool if I, like, suddenly became superhuman and, like, was immune to mosquitoes.
I'm immune to mosquitoes. I can't tell when they're biting me.
Yeah, like, the next day you're like, I'm feeling fine. I'm just like, I've lost 3 liters of blood.
Yes, it is so,
Like, he is the infinite man.
No, it was rough last night.
Yeah, because that's why I was like, well, we don't really need to do anything with the bugs. They're like, they're not even bugging anybody.
Hey, everybody went downstairs to look at your lights, and I stayed up because I'm like, well, somebody's got to watch the fire. So, and after everybody else was gone, they didn't have anybody else to go to but me, and I got absolutely, like, they were all over me. It was a straight up swarm. I kept having to run around the fire.
I literally had none. Maybe was I smelly?
Probably.
I don't know. It was weird. I think I want to try to get some of like the citronella candles or something that isn't like
the torches do burn the citronella oil.
But yeah, but that's the amount of work that it takes to pull them all out, shove them in the ground, refill them, light them.
You can get some.
It's more of right now. It takes like a good over an hour to set. Or
well, why do you think I was talking about getting some oil lanterns from the thrift stores? Because you can burn the oil in those. And they'll do the same thing.
Yeah, but the little candles are just pop open the top, put it down, and you're done.
But then they're expensive. Comparatively.
Yeah, but they're doing the same thing. And then they're just less work, because I just don't want to have it where it's taking 2 hours to prep for a bonfire.
Well, all we had to do is set the lanterns.
But it's usually, I get it set up when, like, I'm the only one here. Adam barely helps. He did the chairs this time. I did everything else. I went and cut up all the wood, got all the wood, put up all the lights, got it all started, cleaned up the lawn so that there was nicer around the area. Like, I spent a lot of time.
When we were cleaning up the chairs at the end of the day, he was just throwing them in the corner. I'm like, put these back in the bags. Like, well, why wouldn't you could just throw them in the corner?
Yeah, he does that before, too.
Please put them in the bag.
Yeah, like them back in the bags. They should be back in the garage, too.
Yeah, I didn't know where they went.
Because I mean, like I got nice seats for the porch and everything, and then he's just like, "Oh, look, nobody's sitting over there." It's not stored. Right. Oh yeah, I didn't actually post that.
It was nice to see you as well. Thank you, Jim. Still here. Good night.
No.
She's running out of oxygen. She's turned blue.
On you're like you're oh, no, that's just me. I gotta fix it. You're like kind of weird and far away.
Far away.
There, you're a little better. No, you're like way off the side. I don't really need to show you, but hello everybody. Yeah, I haven't tried this yet.
It's a cream ale.
So many cream ales are hoppy though. Like
yeah.
So
ales in general.
okay, this one is hoppy, but in a very minimal amount.
Yeah, well, cream.
The cream goes above it.
Yeah.
All right, this one's not too bad. Here's one other one I got. I'm like, oh, cream ale, and then it was just hop. It didn't even say it. It was just
straight up pop.
Cartwheels into chat head first. Hello, Jub.
Yes.
We're gonna see what we need to do in this one, but I think I'm at the point where I'm
figure out voice lines.
Yeah, but you're never available.
Well, why do I have to be available for you to figure out?
Okay, tomorrow afternoon.
You know very well I'm not available tomorrow afternoon. We can do it now.
No, we're not gonna.
I'm here.
No, because it's just gonna be random stuff. I don't want to do the spitballing of that stuff. That's not.
Where you yell at me? Why? I do it again. Then he pulls out the paddle and he hits me with it. Us voice actors.
Should she kind of wobble with the machine?
That would not make any sense. She's using magic.
Yeah, but why are they straining physically when the magic is happening?
Because it takes mental strain, not physical strain.
It's like if you're driving a car in a game and you're taking a corner, do you ever lean into it?
Only because, yes, but only because I'm trying.
But it's not helping. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's helping because you're trying to control your center of gravity.
In the game?
Oh, in the game. I don't do it in a game. I thought you were talking about
no, like when you're in the game, it's because it's just, I don't know what would call it, but it's like when you're trying to do one thing and you kind of go with it.
Every time a unicorn does a spell that requires strain, it always just looks like they're pooping really hard.
Yeah. I think you missed the stream on this part. We're working on a kind of shorter secondary anthology thing, and I talked with Jay yesterday, and there's a follow-up that we're going to be using from this one as like a end of anthology pre-credit video, so the end of the normal video pieces. But and that one should be really easy. So actually, that's what we can probably do if we are unsure. That one, audio wise, I already have an idea on what to do for the secondary piece.
This is how you break your controllers. Press them down, the buttons harder. I work in don't do it. I work in
no, you're not. You shouldn't.
Yeah,
but sometimes you just get into it.
I work in an industry that repairs remote systems, and we get so many broken switches because there's some dude who's like, if I push on it really hard, it'll go faster. And no, you know what happens? You break the switches. That's what happens. And go faster. Not how anything works.
No, that's how it works. No, it's not that you want to. It's just that you feel like it does something.
Your feelings are breaking controllers.
There actually is some controllers that do have like pressure sensitive. So like however hard you press.
It's like a two-step, but it's still just two switches inside a switch.
No, there are. I think actually my ghillie kit here, I believe, has a pressure sensitive buttons on it. So as you're pushing it down, if the game has functionality built in for it, because not many do, it will activate in relation to.
It's just asking for people to rate their controllers.
What about triggers?
No, the Switch. Pressing down on it harder does not make.
No. Well, I wouldn't say once it's fully compressed, no. But a lot of those are pressure sensitive.
Which ones?
I think Xboxes are.
I guarantee you they're not.
They don't have multiple settings in between?
They might be like a step switch, but they're not going to be pressure sensitive.
Well, no, that's what I mean, though. Is there multiple? But what's the difference between pressure sensitive and a step switch?
Because a step switch is going to have press down a little bit, you get this switch one, push it down a little bit more, that's step two. If you keep pressing it super hard, it isn't going to make it go work harder or go faster. It's asking for trouble to
Oh, that's a different kit.
It's asking for trouble to tell people they need to press down as hard as they can.
No. You should never have to press down all the way, but there's a difference between pressing down a little bit and a lot. I'm pretty sure the Xbox. I'm not gonna dig around for this, but I'm pretty sure it's pressure sensitive to some degree.
I feel like this is like you as a kid being like, nah, you win. You gotta press real hard. That's why I'm the best at chess. Xbox chess.
You see magic as a part of the body itself. Like if you lift an object with magic, to me, it would also strain the body itself. Yeah, there's probably something to make sense. Plus, otherwise, where's the limit? You would have to have some kind of a physical thing. And no, we're talking about magic.
Yes, the horses move with celestial bodies.
Yeah, but you would think the energy, conservation of energy. So the energy comes from somewhere, and I'm thinking it comes from them. So they get exhausted. They get
comes
tired.
from magic.
Yeah.
Magic.
It's magic. Yeah, but you cannot say it's just magic. You don't need to think about it further because you do that all the time.
And it is important. But
most triggers and controllers, PS4 controllers do that. Yeah, I know that's what I thought.
No. I disagree again. I don't care what Jub Jubbly says. You're like, right. Yes, X for Jub Jubbly. All right,
Jub Jubbly. Michael says you a dum-dum.
I'm not. I just know controllers.
No, you know controllers from 1996. Have you played racing games? Yeah, a lot of those do that. Yeah, where you can do very slow acceleration, and then as you go more, it'll accelerate more and more.
That's joystick. That's proportional. That's standard. But trigger button's not going to be proportional.
The trigger at the end, yeah, it's going to be multiple steps.
The step trigger, or is it proportional?
I don't know because I didn't know.
Because those are two different, very different things.
I'm guessing that everything digital is a step is at some degree, whether it is very granular or not.
It's either going to be on or off, or it's going to be a proportional. And proportionals are joysticks. They're not joysticks.
Yeah, but it makes me feel like I'm doing better, and that's what matters. Are you open to bribes? I don't know what that means, but.
He's trying to commission.
I have on a rare occasion.
I've tried to bribe him to put socks on ponies.
I've done it multiple times.
No, in a video. Like this whole video could use socks on the bones.
Here's again.
You hide all your socks. You don't like that one. You don't like that one.
No, it's fine, but it like when it's really cold and it's got a little bit of hop to it, it's something like you can't just keep drinking it over like multiple sips. I need to give myself a minute, and so I did 2 in a row. That second one was like, just a lot more to it. Okay. 20 socks.
Yes. Nolan, help me.
How would you go about making your own OC? There's kind of 2 levels to that. If there's already models out there that have the equivalent hair or something, it's a little easier. If you have to have a custom model, that's a whole different story.
Find somebody who can model. I can a little bit.
Give 10 subs for Trixie's nose to hit the glass and scrunch as she falls down. As she falls down, how? Like
right there. Her nose like squishy.
I had to kind of fix that because she's actually clipping.
No, you just squish your nose.
I think we tried that. So you want to get that squished?
No, squish. It would be cuter if you squished left little nose.
Because there's a little bit of difficulty in getting it squished. I can try. So it's from here to here, and the farthest point. It's only 3. I'm gonna extend it by 1 frame on either side.
She's got a grade A Snoop. It's a good Snoop.
Because sometimes the weighting doesn't let it happen. Does that have scrunch built into the model? Oh yeah, I think. Oh, I don't have any scrunch on right now.
Nope.
I can at least do that. Oh, that's a Starlight.
She needs the scrunch too.
She actually needs to for that pose. Was she already? No, she's not. So yeah, I definitely need to.
Get more scrunch.
Okay. So the scrunch, but
there's some scrunch.
Yeah. The difficulty. Oh, actually, I still consider like if I want to actually scrunch, I have to put the nose back. But
no,
I feel like it needs to be kind of smooshed like that, like full flattened.
You have it a little bit out, it does create that look where it looks like it's very much smooshed on the glass, but only if it's just a little bit out of the glass.
Yeah, but I can't maintain that everywhere. And there's even where I could just remove the glass completely with the assumption that you would think the glass is there, or I might move it out a little bit. Okay, so it's kind of squished, but she's
her face squished.
Okay, so when she goes like this, technically she should be kind of squished already. So let me pre-squish.
You get rid of my bones.
Okay. So what I want to do is, as she's going up through here, okay, I think I might have done something that affected that. Oh. I wasn't paying attention here. Oh, that's fine. We'll keep it. We'll fix it. Oh, she's not going for the parts of her being highlighted against the glass anymore. No, I can't really highlight them. It would just be wherever she's clipping, but
it does look like they're smushed where she's clipping.
But you're looking at it without the lights on. As soon as the lights turn on, they're going to light the edges of that. And now it's going to look not flat, it's going to look rounded. So we're looking at it with flat lighting right now, so everything looks flat. It's not going to work any other way.
Think of that Trixie game. James is a fan of the horse that he's shoved inside. Has Doritos on her face. I know.
I do need to fix from here. Oh, so it's just 1 frame. Here's your mouth. Probably the best. Oh, it isn't. I do nose too. Okay, so So she can clip as long as it's not on frame, and it's not on frame, so we're good. So she does that, but then she comes back here for a bit. Oh no, she's in the back of the machine, so that's different. Okay.
How's Chad? What y'all doing today?
Using nose crunch on Dashi for Dash chair scene posted 6 years ago. Well, she's probably going to be talking through this whole thing, so I can't really do much for the mouth. Because I can't. She's right now, like, she's moving up, so her nose would be being smeared across the glass, so you'd have the nose kind of sideways, which is what this is.
Her poor snoot is getting so abused. This snoot abused.
And I haven't actually done any of the facial animation for her yet, so that's still going to be buffed up. That might be affected by what she's saying or doing. I like the idea of this. She's stuck in there, and Starlight's like, I must make a deposit. Like, get up there. Get up.
Weirdos.
Yep.
She's her magic. Oh, there we go.
So I don't know if I could scrunch too much more than this.
Pretty good scrunch, I think.
And still making it like realistic with the motions.
Yes. Ponies will be real someday, I believe. Yeah, we went to the Ren Fair last year, and it said pony rides, but there were no ponies. And I was sad.
Yeah, that day. I thought, were they the second time?
I think so. Might have been there the second time. Hacked his microphone. Fix it.
No, I just didn't. I knocked the one wire out. I gotta get the.
But I was also sad. Ponies aren't real.
They had the actual horses you could ride though.
Yeah. I remember. But what I remember most was the meat. And the turkey leg.
Oh, spirit.
I'll get those two things. Not right now because I'm full. Having I don't know what it is about the turkey legs at the state fair or any fair really, Renaissance fair in particular. It was some of the most delicious food. They oven bake them, I think. They do something to them that just makes them.
I think it's like just a ton of Mouliard because it's like super crispy outsides.
Yeah, but to get that effect, they got to do something special. I'm sure you can look it up on the internet to figure out what it is. But it's so good.
Old Bay.
Old Bay is delicious, but
S. I feel like enough.
like I was thinking for Thanksgiving if you do. I've been using occasion seasoning, but Old Bay's pretty good. Very Maryland style turkey.
Here's Michelle Trixie, full of peanut butter quackos.
Got in the mission. Or crackers. She can't get. Like help the machine trick me. Filled itself with delicious peanut butter crackers. Denied tricks.
Realize that technically I should have her not have her mouth full when she's.
Why is her mouth full?
Because it makes a bulging fit look on the side, which makes it look better when against the glass. Yeah, I don't know if I can do more squinch than that without redoing her actual animation to try to put her face right up to it. But I don't want to do that because there's no way I could put her face right up to it and keep it still while also talking. Like, I'd have to have her talking out the side of her mouth, and that would be kind of difficult. And this is supposed to be like a quick and easy.
Quick and easy ship sail.
That hasn't been, yeah, which isn't turning out that way. So I'm trying to at least maintain the quick and easy that I can.
3 months later.
Well, if you got me the audio, it'd be so much easier.
You have to give me the lines first.
You know the lines.
That's how this works. No, I sent you lines. You didn't like them. No, so you got to come up with some lines. I can help. I can be here, offer suggestion. Tell you if it's funny or not. Tell you you're wrong. We can get into a fight about it. Then one of us or both of us will start crying.
I already
the process.
I already did the ear because she's kind of sad right now, but as soon as this thing starts shaking, I want to have her like kind of go in panic mode.
Great and powerful Trixie cannot live off Doritos alone. I feel like she could.
I feel like there's cheaper methods.
He is a poor horse. They made that very clear when they traveled together. So, like, we can afford a cake ones from only this stall. And then Starlight's like, but these look tasty. Spent all their money frivolously. Trixie is basically a horse that eats ramen twice a day. Cannot afford. Which is why she's in the machine. The machine was trying to rob her by asking too much money. She's like, Trixie remembers when Arby's roast beef sandwiches were $1. Get 5 of them. Robbery, Starlight.
Oh, I should swap it out for one of AJ's parents and title the video Ghost in the Machine. Well, the title isn't going to work if it's in a for anthology. They would kind of be, the context would be missed. Okay, so the moment that she lifts from the glass, which I'm going to see is like right here, I want to have wait, left, right.
Didn't see him.
Drop the.
When I got to work today, there was a helicopter flying super low just over top the tree line, back and forth, back and forth. They were like dumping those pellets, I think, that they dump for mosquitoes in the water. There was a little lake, there was like a pond nearby. Kill the mosquitoes off. I feel like humanity is in this never-ending war against mosquitoes, and we're just maybe we fare a little better each time. My hands are a victim. Someday we'll be rid of them. Someday we'll cross that. And it was be like, this is the last mosquito. Somebody will try to like preserve it and back and be like, yay, we've preserved the species, and then they'll be everywhere again.
I think
Eating people.
I've read things where they were talking about like, yes, preserving species is important for going extinct, but mosquitoes seem to be the exception.
Yes, they do. Like a lot, like we need to preserve all of these wonderful creatures except this one.
Because a lot of them are, they affect
so many people.
Yeah, it's too much, and with very little that can be done about it.
They have ideas which border like the whole like genetically modifying a few mosquitoes to make the entire species sterile. It's the kind of thing that, holy crap, that's horrifying, but at the same time you're like, quietly and whisper.
What's your stance on AI voices, by the way? I know you used them before in the past. I still like using them. The AI voices to me are super, super nice when I'm developing the idea of a shitpost, something that's made really, really quick. On the go, because I think for some of the shorts that we made, we had the entire short done in a couple hours. But if there's any outside parties, like if I were to start requesting some lines on something, then that takes something from a couple hours to days. And so for shit posting stuff, I would rather just do AI. It's way more fun to be like, I don't know what I want, but I want to hear it and just kind of spitball some stuff. Maybe it works better in a professional environment where you can maybe go back and forth with a voice actor, but I'm not able to spend a week going back and forth with somebody for something that should be done in like 2 hours. It just doesn't work.
And programs that alter voices, like the Heisei, it's still the person doing the voice, still doing the inflections, still doing their best. But no matter, say, how much I, for instance, practice and put my best foot forward and try over and over again, I'm never going to be able to like do Starlight or Twilight. My vocal range just is incapable of doing that.
But you could say that isn't that the purpose of a voice actor, to have that range, and that's what they're being paid for?
But it's kind of like saying to somebody who uses prosthetic, who couldn't run otherwise, that they can't be in a race.
Well,
because they're...
Well, I'm not an artist, so can I use an AI art program to get in to an art contest?
I mean, I think that's a little different from the AI voice generators, because that's legit just taking a bunch of different people and making art out of it.
How does the voice modulator work?
Because it's just a matter of
by taking tone. A bunch of voices that were done by an actual voice actor, combining them together. It's combining somebody else's work and still giving an output. It's just copying
their voice tone. It's not, but
an AI art is copying a art style.
It's different.
It's kind of the same.
It's not when all you're doing is copying the tone of the voice and then using your own inflections to create it. Okay,
so if I went into an AI program and I drew an outline and said, using this outline, draw a picture. It was my outline.
Yeah.
I gave it the base to
start
from.
And if it follows that outline, I would say, yeah, that's fine.
So even if it
it's different.
It's
still using your art. It's just
my stick figure. No, it wouldn't be my art. I would be giving it a line to follow, and then it would create all of it.
Yeah.
Which is the same as the other one too. So I mean, there's a gray. That's what the problem is. It's a gray line for everything with that stuff. But like I said, it's all comes down to, I like it for super quick shit posts. But if I'm gonna make a video that's gonna take 4 or 5 months, I'm probably gonna find somebody to do the voices for it. It just works. At that point, it's just no reason not to. I had like the one for the Applejack tractor video that we did use AI for, but that one really wasn't meant to be as long as it was. That one ended up like really scope creeping to hell. So we started out with something simple, and then it just got much bigger. And it was only after a certain point that we never needed the voices anymore anyway.
If I had to say what the primary difference between the voice thing and the thing is that a person can practice and practice and practice and eventually be able to draw fairly well if they practice enough. No amount of practice will ever give me the ability to have a good Trixie, because that's just not what my vocal is capable.
Yeah, but neither can that voice actor. They can't do a male voice acting voice.
Yep.
So they're using what they have and they're able to do.
Yeah.
So, but does that mean that that voice actor can just go to the person next to him and say like, well, you don't need him anymore. We have the AI program. I'll just do his thing.
Yeah.
So just fire him.
Because it's still them doing it. They can do all the voices with a little bit of help from a computer program.
I know, but that the person next to him is where the bass came from.
Yeah.
So they let him go because they got his model now.
They could let her go and have one person do all the voices. Yeah.
No, well, yeah. So that's
basically, it's going to be like an Eddie Murphy thing. Just have one person play all the characters.
Well, yeah, LMX is he's best Celestia by far. But I wouldn't even say that. I would say that he just has funny voices he can do, and he plays them well. And it just happens to be that he did them with Celestia, and that one stuck. I think he has other voices that his Celestia voice is just his voice. Like, well, kind of. It goes a little bit more with it, but
it's really just his voice. I'm all for giving people the tools to do things they could not do.
Trying to figure out how to transition. I'm wondering if I should just keep her. Oh, we got a skin. Yeah. I think I might just have her shift to this. I might do it like halfway through her transition here. This makes that easier. Oh, sunset. No, actually, the one thing that I think that I would like AI voices for more than anything, or if I'm going to have a long video and I need to get started on certain things, AI is a nice base to start with, and so that you can get the idea for how things are going. Because, like I said, sometimes I'll have an idea for something and move going forward with it, but then as things go, you change it. And the last thing you want to do is you got all your lines from a voice actor, and then you're like, oh, all right, I need to change this. Can you do this instead? Or then this instead. The AI would actually be really well as a placeholder. Get that figured out, and then get somebody actually in there that can do the inflections that you need appropriately.
What's that other AI program that does ponies that's still available, like UberDuck or something?
Now, it's available, but it's crap.
But you can use it to here, and then I can re-record it.
No, because like those don't even sound like the characters, and they're super rough.
Yeah, but you don't need them to be good.
I want at least
redo them.
I want at least somewhere in the vicinity of a living creature. It just does not sound right.
Throwing that shit.
It's not available anymore.
It's
okay,
gone?
when did that happen? It must have been semi-recently. Puke on my floor?
Did not puke on your floor.
What are you doing there?
You should make an AI voice for Michael. That way you won't have to pay him back a pack of ramen for every voice impression, right? He ain't gonna give me that.
He's like
He's just gonna yell at me.
Well, like I was trying to like one of the legitimate reasons for AI that I was trying to get things figured out was because of Rathalos. I was doing Rathalos with the voice of Francis, but there's only so many lines from Francis. And now that that character has kind of been tied to that, I thought, well, there's no way I can pay that voice actor for lines because that would bankrupt me. So I was trying to use AI so that I could at least try to get something close. Francis's voice has too many unique pieces to it that there's no, it's raspy, but it also has a lot of like almost like the puberty squeak to it. a little bit.
Yeah.
And he kind of goes like up and down. He has a very like large range, and I don't think you could ever get an AI to do that in any decent fashion.
Never say never.
But no, it's like the 15AI was great because 15AI would give you a bunch of random stuff, and every now and then with the monkeys on keyboard, you could get pretty close to the inflection you're looking for.
Yeah.
But problem is, to get that to work, I don't want to have to go through 300 iterations to try to find the one that actually works. Because sometimes, like, I know what I want in my head. So, ever consider doing interviews with fellow pony animators, for example, listening to Mindy would explain its development process would be interesting. There actually used to be people in the community that would do that. There's actually somebody that did that with me. Apple Geek. There's like a 30-minute sit down where he goes and talks to me about stuff.
That's awful.
What was
30 whole minutes.
Yeah, there's also Osaka Jack, who's an old one from Everfree Network. So there, I did a whole sit down with him that talked about that. There's interviews out there like that with people.
Somebody re-uploaded it apparently 5 years ago.
Oh, people do that. And it's like 7 minutes longer.
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah, there's definitely people that do it out there. Whether or not I would, that's a lot of time and prep. There's a lot of things I've wanted to do, but it always comes down to anything that I do outside of kind of working on animation stuff is time that could have been taken up doing animation stuff, which should be my focus. Because otherwise it's like I'm an animator, but I only do it like 15% of the time because I have to spend the rest of it doing all this other stuff. Well, then I'm not an animator anymore.
We can kill two birds with one stone.
I'd want to make sure that my focus is still always on doing the animating stuff. And there's other things that we try to break it up with, but I try to make those as low effort as possible because otherwise it just takes way too much time.
You keep going on. Okay, my Trixie voice. It's like, I, the great and powerful Trixie, want to eat those Doritos.
You just British Trixie.
She's British Trixie. No, I think I still have it on this phone. I don't know how well it'll come through the microphone. I'm not gonna play the big one. I could already see the worry in his face. Not even looking at his face. I just know he's like got this feeling, kind of thought. Okay, here.
The great and powerful Michael can now voice all the ponies.
That was my voice through the voice modulator program.
It didn't say great.
It said great.
No, it just said great. It did the rolling
it's
on.
like they're great, but Trixie. Yeah, it's like Tony the Tiger, a horse.
No, I think the one, I guess, benefit I would have with talking with people is, at least in terms of connections, I do know and have talked with most of the other animators in the community at some, or at least most of the old school ones. There's a lot of newer ones out there that are around, but I just don't know them as well. So, and thank you very much for the follow, Chaco.
I was going to suggest that you could kill two birds with one stone by doing like the interview right now. Do your animator interview right now.
With you?
Yeah.
Why?
We'll totally interview you because you're talking about how you want people to interview you.
No, I'm saying I've done it.
Time.
No, I said there are people out there that have already done that.
Yeah.
So if you dig around, you can probably find a lot. And actually, I even have.
I think you might be onto something, Sir Edward.
I it's not mine to share. But no, did I share it with him?
I am possessed by the spirit of a British man.
No, I thought I said Babscon. I did not say Babscon. Oh God, I did not organize these.
You have them labeled by the day.
Okay, that was something else. But that was opening ceremonies. I don't want.
And it already should be.
Yeah, but I don't know what day it was. I'm looking for a file that's probably about 100 gigs. Oh, there's one of Minty's panels. But I don't think
You on
this is
that
the one I'm thinking of. No, I bet you I'm thinking 2019. No, because I had the big camera. He had 2 panels.
Yeah,
I bet you. There it is. It's this one. Oh, yeah, I forgot to. Inverted Shadow was on there too.
Hit play?
I have to give it a sec to catch up. So yeah, we did this one where it was Minty talking about their process and stuff too. So, but it's not my video. It's not my video to share. So
Is Minty's hair real?
No, I think that one is
so
a wig.
nice. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's like anime hair.
No, most of the best content you're going to get from people is just their panels if they do panels. Look at her down. She looks down. She's like, I want the
Like, I don't know, she didn't get anything. She got into that machine. She couldn't get anything. It's a strapped. Nope, couldn't round it. That's your ghost fact for Dr. Edward. I'm possessed. The ghost of a British man is trapped within me. He escapes whenever I do voice impression.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, it's fine. I just end up wanting to eat crumpets all the time. And say aluminium instead of aluminum.
And herb.
Yes.
Also, you have to find a way to say the U in color.
Yeah, still working on that one. Hello.
Was color? What was the other one? There's another one that you put a U in.
There's quite a few that are spelled different. Like center has the R swapped at the end. Know that.
Theater?
But I say theater.
No, theater has the R and the E swap at the end.
Oh,
too,
yeah.
I believe. I don't know if that's their thing, but
Because, and it's fun, the shorthand of reason for that is because basically early American English was taught by whatever the newspapers were printing. So if the newspaper spelled something wrong or shortened the word or something, that's just what they were.
Honor and Valerie, those are 2, yes. What are the flashing dots? So the flashing dots are actually pretty useful. They're basically showing me the bone that I have selected, where it is in time at any individual frame. So it's saying that the bone is, you can see it's going to follow those dots kind of down. So this one will then go to this one. Oh, I hit the wrong button. So it's going to be, this one's looking at my selected range. So if I have a larger selected range, you're going to see more dots. You can see that they're all green because it's the selected green area. But if I do not have it selected, instead it'll be visible. But if I select a bone, let's say neck. Okay, so they're all green. Remember what makes it white, but let's just say we have like a bunch of things selected, so you can see. So from here, yeah, so it's going to here, or no. These are really complicated motions kind of mixed in there, but anyway, that's basically what it's saying. And what it's actually really useful for me, because I don't really care about seeing where it is in space, what it's really useful for is that you can see over time if like suddenly a motion hitches, you can kind of suddenly see like that line kind of dips a little bit, so you know where you go to smooth it out. Or if it gets a little wonky, sometimes you'll have it where like you can see the line itself goes off in a weird direction, but the dots stay centered. That means something got messed up in the middle, and sometimes that causes jiggle bones to freak out, so you can smooth that out. But the best thing about it is, only thing that matters is what the frames are. So this is telling you what the frames are, because like I mentioned before, their last little nose thing here. I don't know if maybe I fixed it. Yeah, I fixed it. If something happens between frame, it doesn't really matter too much because it's not rendered. So even if something like literally came into frame and did a dance and then left, as long as it happened between the frames, you would never see it. So in this case, or in any case, you just don't care about anything other than what's on the frames. So that's why sometimes I'll just go like this, because I want to see like with this burrito thing going through here, is it's clipping her ear right there, and it's like, that's kind of weird, just coming up like that. But in the actual frames, it does this, which doesn't really look clipped if you kind of look at it quick, and then this. So I don't actually see it really actually clipping, so I'm just not going to bother with it. All that matters is what those frames are.
No, we don't need to see those.
What is this weird angle? All the weird angles are good. Oh, it's not true. I was just working on things. Have you seen my clips with Michael's stream where he forgot to turn off stream?
No.
Oh yeah, that was yeah. And then Silver was screaming at me because she was afraid he's going to get naked.
Did show me picking my nose, which happened.
I know. I still love a chat. Michael, Michael, you're still streaming. Michael, stop. Michael, stop picking your nose. Michael.
There were demons in there.
And then I got the at of, please go tell Michael to stop streaming.
He's picking his nose. Oh, what can I say, man? These kids got bad habits. Got Doritos. Gotta do my interview. What's your favorite color?
Orange.
Really? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's because it's like angry brown, or?
Well, actually, if I had to pick a more specific, I'd say brown. But I like the brownish orange. So to me, brown and orange, at least you're going to categorize a color within the 6. It's the same.
Okay. Well, that was.
What did you go over?
It was a simple question. The best color is clearly like blue.
I used to do, like, after I released a video, I would do I released a video on a Friday, and then like that Saturday or Sunday I would do a stream, and it would be a talk. If people want to ask me questions about the video that I just put out, it's kind of a behind the scenes thing. I haven't done that in forever. I was doing it because it was a way to try to increase engagement on the main channel. The problem is, it was the animation channel, and then half the content was live streams, and actually per minute of content, it was actually more live stream than not, and that was detrimental, so I had to stop doing it. So, but now I have the second channel, so I could just do it there if I really wanted. I've been meaning to stream to YouTube instead of Twitch for a little while.
Why?
I wanted to see if functionally it worked better.
Yeah, that's what Jay did.
Well,
it streams on YouTube more.
No, he does it because he was trying to appeal to his larger audience, which was YouTube.
Yeah,
he had way more people on YouTube than Twitch. For me,
people on Twitch one time.
Yeah, if he does horse stuff.
Well, he was doing it way.
Yeah, that too. But the benefit YouTube has though is bandwidth. Twitch's 6,000 kilobit limit sucks. So right now I am doing 1080/30. If I were to try YouTube, I could do 1440/60. So it would allow me significantly more bandwidth to actually give much higher quality stream. But you lose some of the other fun little things of like with raids and emotes and some of that stuff. So it's been kind of whatever, because also I don't use too much of the fancy functions that much. Like, yeah, you can be like dehydrate and stuff, but it's pretty minimal what I have on there.
say, I got another question for you.
Hey, Michael, you know a lot about Fall Equestria.
Yeah.
I just want your opinion on something I'm working on. How do you think an Our Town scenario would go in the FOE world?
I think that would fit fairly well as a faction. How Starlight would play into it would be a bit tricky. It kind of feels almost like another version of what was Trixie's name?
Trixie.
Besides that,
Michael, what is your name, Michael?
she was her when she combined with Twilight and the other two. She was
The matron or matriarch?
She was the goddess.
Megamind.
She was the goddess. And it kind of feels like that a little bit, but it's not at the same time. I think it would work pretty much just as it was. I don't know if you could, how you might fit Starlight somewhere in the mix. Maybe they found the stick she used, and that is like their centerpiece.
I don't think they could worship her as something. Like the original one or something.
Yeah, because Starlight really hasn't come up at all in Fallout Equestria.
Because Fallout Equestria existed before she did.
Yes, but now if you were to have something without the main six, she could have very well have started up her town and not gotten interfered with.
I don't think it works because where does Twilight's school fit in?
Starlight didn't need the school.
No, but where does in all of Twilight's everything? She had the school.
Yeah.
Hell, she's in Alicorn.
Not in Fallout Equestria.
Well, then why would Starlight exist?
Because she already existed before the show even started. She was already on her tangent.
Yeah, but you're saying that
she was a foal.
But if that's the thing, if that part of the story existed, that part of the story was created.
Well, it diverged. Yeah.
That part of the story was created after she became an Alicorn. So we're choosing and picking which parts of the story it really
it's basically
exists.
saying that if Twilight never became an Alicorn, and then nobody would have ever stopped Starlight, because the bomb happened. Like, Starlight's story could still happen within the world, but she could do it after the apocalypse.
It's not an argument.
No, we're talking about how this would fit in the Fallout Equestria world, and I think it would fit fairly well. And Starlight could have very well have created her town, but she would have created it, and nobody would have ever have stopped her. It basically would just become, by the time Fallout Equestria happened, it could very well be a whole city, not just a town, with her as its founder, and she could go down in legend. If anything, I don't know, I don't think she could still be alive in any fashion unless she became a ghoul, but that trope seems well played.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many ghoul horses do they really have. I think the only one I really know is...
It depends on which ones you include, because there's Derpy in the original. Spoilers. Close your ears if you don't want to hear any Fallout story. Then in Project Horizons there was RD, and then trying to think. They've had a lot of ghouls, but maybe not so much of the main characters. Like there was Mr. House in Project Horizon. No, he wasn't a ghoul. He was preserved. It's those two come to mind. But I mean, you could have her as a ghoul, but I think it would almost work better if she was more of a deity at that point, somebody who had passed and was basically worshipped.
Michael.
She tried by those chips. That's a good addition. I like that. So much chips.
Because I have her eyes kind of look over and see it.
Yeah. No, I think you could definitely include that some way. I mean, I'm not the writer, but I think it would work.
I think you can fit anything in if you are creative and determined enough.
I think the R-Town thing works better than most things, just because without the main six's interference, she could have just, especially in the post-apocalypse, if she survived it and worked to build a new town. Yeah. You want more beer, don't you? Me too. I'll go get you something.
We have a stupid face from Kite, so I was opening that up.
I want another one of those.
I don't even know if there is anymore.
You just want me to
Cool. Grab me the mystery beer.
Okay.
Thank you. Stick was just a stick. Starlight was just a diversion, so our pony wouldn't realize that she still had her magic. Oh yeah, so I guess the stick was its own thing. Imagine our town would have become an extreme social state. It depends. I mean, it was pretty small at the time, but I mean, give it a couple decades, who knows? No, we had a bonfire last night, which actually was gorgeous weather. It was like low 70s, low humidity. He got eaten up a lot by bugs, but like I was in the same room area and I had not a single bug bite, so I'm kind of confused. But we got like some fancy new lights. That was really nice. But somebody, we had a bunch of beers, took one of the labels off one of the beers, so and then left it on the counter unopened. So we have it, but now it's a mystery beer because we don't know which beer it is. I am pretty sure I know which it is, but otherwise I have no clue. It's gonna be take a drink and hope. So what we need, we need a horse. Mr. Skills change the animation. No, I think when it comes to Fallout Equestria stuff, it was written so early in the fandom that a lot of things have happened from there. A lot of characters could have come up that you could merge in. It does make it a little interesting because there's certain things like the school that could put things in the way. But like he said, if it ended up being that it was a divergence of things, which I think it is mentioned in there, isn't it? That was a divergence of stuff. Like this isn't what's supposed to happen. Or was that in Fallout in New Horizons? Project Horizons. Remember. Lyra. In Baldur's Gate, I'm using a lyre for my music instrument. I missed my Losa banjo thing or lute, but I very much like that it gives you some extra fun songs. Okay, so we have Lyra. So what's like 2 or 3 words, something that like a theme or something that Lyra is happening to? Many fancy hats. I do have a lot of hats. I have an idea. I can bet you 5 to 1. I can do this in time. I can do this in time. Okay. Will he want socks added? gonna know that's there.
It's adorable.
We're doing a
So
stupid
good.
face.
I love it. Yeah. I have another interview question for you.
Uh,
No, the interview's not over. You're going to get aside. I'm the interviewer.
okay.
You're my victim. At what age would you let somebody rent a car? From you, specifically.
From me,
Yeah.
it has nothing to do with age.
Like if you were running a car rental place and all those cars were yours to rent.
If it was a business, then it would be insured, so I wouldn't care. If you're saying friends or family,
no,
then it
I'm
depends
talking
on.
about anybody who walks up on your lot and needs to rent a car.
But then well, for one, I think by law there's a certain age, so you'd have to at least do
but
that.
it's you. Age would you? Forget the laws. You personally.
I would agree. I think it's 24. I'd stay at that.
Actually, younger than I would. Give it to him like
No, because
30.
18 to 21, you're stupid. 21 to 24, you get stupid drunk. So at least maybe you've learned your lesson by then.
Nobody learns their lesson until they're at least.
But again, it wouldn't matter because you're insured. So if things go wrong, they're either going to be sued to pay for it.
insurance ain't gonna pay everything.
But they're going to pay enough. And yes, it is the raspberry honey.
Well, there you go.
So that's what I was pretty sure of.
I know what'll stump you. What brought you here?
Where?
Here, specifically.
My mother.
I was wrong. You're gonna be eaten by a cannibal now. Heads up.
Okay. Well, with Michael, we're doing coup horse.
Is probably gonna be rich. Ooh, it's got a little hat.
Well, they said like a lot of hats, and so I'm doing this.
Yes, this is good. Lyra is second best background horse. It does go kind of derpy than Lyra. Which is what makes background ponies have to read. Because it is the Lyra fan.
I am reading it. It's just I'm taking my time with it.
Yeah, I noticed.
No, I'm like halfway through, over halfway through.
Oh,
Yeah. No, I'm getting my way through it. It's just I'm definitely taking my time. I read it on evenings if I have nothing else going on.
Does it go? Hey, you know what? You need to put her in a hoodie.
Hoodie?
Black hoodie.
No, they're not doing background pony.
Because of that book, anytime I see Lyra in a black hoodie, I just immediately get that. It's cute, but it's sad if you know the context of the black hoodie. This is a reference. No guilt. Bad.
Yeah, we're gonna take.
By the way, the correct answer to the question I asked you, what brought you here, is 75% of my own free will and 65% ever had.
Well, you got it wrong.
It's a 65% by compulsion. That's
Are you just quoting Disco Elysium?
no. I'm quoting the ancient folklore of Baba Yaga. Because she, in folklore, anybody who runs into Baba Yaga, this is useful information to have. They'll ask you what brought you to her, and you're supposed to answer 75% of my own free will, 65% by compulsion.
Those percentages don't add up.
Doesn't matter. You answer wrong, she will eat you. So
Maybe you're into
get
it.
your math.
No, she got top hat.
Maybe I am. She does. She's got a hat. She's so cute. You turn this into a video of them just like dancing in the hats. Got a line of ponies and you just go by. They're just like, that could be an anthology short. Everybody would love it if you put them also in socks.
All right, who wins?
Wait, what?
Well, everybody voted yes.
I just like all of you. But you're right.
So one person bet 10 points.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sir Edward.
Yes, right. We put 10 points, but 25,000. All right, well.
It will be better with socks. I'm just offering good advice.
I quickly threw that on. I'm like, no, let's see. Well, he wants socks at it. Shh.
Oh. You're gonna add socks though, right?
But I didn't want to say what else would make it nice. I don't want to feed it to you. I wanted to let you, that'd be a layup. We needed to let you do it naturally.
It would be cute with socks. It's already cute. It could be cuter with socks. And you can make the anthology short out of it. You were suddenly
you're so predictable.
And you're so happy with yourself.
So predictable. Oh, we get played next Jackbox stream on channel. I am really behind on a lot of the uploads. So Twitch only keeps my recordings in the background for like 2 weeks. If you were like verified, whatever, the bigger people, they'll keep it longer. So I have like 2 weeks to move them over. And if I forget, I have to pull from recordings, and it's just to go in there, get everything moved over, then go over there, get the thumbnail. That's a lot of time. And so I sometimes take a while on it. I have all the Jackboxes, I think, prepared to be released. I just don't have thumbnails. And so I want to put them out sometime. I just have to get to it at some point. So
Still waiting for them socks.
I thought I had said, yeah, it's done.
Nobody got any cups.
Because, well, no, 10 points got distributed amongst 1 point to everybody. But yeah, it's just time that is the reason that I haven't. I used to make it a lot easier myself by just kind of dumping it over there and not caring. But I've been trying to add thumbnails and like numbering things, so it's much easier to go through them. But if I actually have 5 live streams that I've lost because I didn't get to it in time for transferring it, and I don't have recordings. So now they're all recorded. So if I do forget, I can just go and make it again, which is actually really time consuming. Combining like a 3 to 4 hour video because I have to merge the camera on top. It is 4 or a 1080/60, so it's nicer quality though. But yeah, I'll get to it someday. Jackbox is, I just have too much of a backlog.
I feel like I was set up because their hooves are in like the cutest position. And you know what goes on hooves? Socks.
What are the odds for socks?
So this was clearly a rigged competition he put you all in.
What was I doing here? So she's in the, you know what?
For socks.
I know how you make you go, yes.
Glasses are cute. Or not. Not soft. She's very fancy. She needs like a monocle. Well, I was thinking background pony because of the hoodie. Basically suggesting all the good ideas. Cool. A happy horse. Not a buzz.
The mail.
It was late for the mail.
Ever since they had some we had some rain the other week or something, they've actually been kind of later, but 7 o'clock late.
As they'd already gone home for the day in their families. It's a trap. It was like James Bond stuff. Nerds wear glasses, but he doesn't wear his glasses during the stream because he doesn't want to be a nerd.
Okay, now it's time to make Michael go da.
Go socks. Just on this, you can't have hoofs like that and not have socks. It's so cute. You need to make a bunch of them in hats and just have it scroll across. That could be an anthology short. And put it to some happy music.
Anthologies for good content.
The best content. No, it would take you like a day to make. Hey, Lovey.
This is coming down a little bit too. I can just.
Thank God I'm not allergic to adorableness. Like I am.
Better go, Michael.
I'm so excited. Like Bonbon said I was cute. Like your glasses are kind of trying to happens. So cute. How are you not gonna turn this into an anthology short? You gotta do is put this to music and you're done.
Because why is this funny?
Not funny, it's cute. Yeah. People like cute.
Yeah, not for anthology.
What are you talking about? Get out of here. Nonsense.
Some cute is fine, but I'm not doing it cute.
What do you mean you're not doing
Michael.
cute? Very cute. You're depriving the world of this cuteness.
But you can watch it right now.
Yes, but you need to share it with the world. Like if she has her mouth wide open and her tongue is sticking out, that's not a blep. That's just like her panting like a dog. Close. Just like
she smelled hands.
She's hungry. It's rumbly in her tumbly that only hands.
Bring me human flesh.
No.
Feed me, Michael.
Who'll give you kibbles?
I can be fed at only boops, Michael. Boopy, Michael.
Okay.
Boop me.
I'm gonna smear the screen.
Would you boop that?
I would boop it.
Even though she's got a tongue coming out of her lip?
Oh, I would boop her. And then
would you boop the tongue?
I would take her to the hospital. Where I gave her boobs.
But then she's like, they're gonna be like, sir, so we gave her tests and she's got boopitis. Do you know anything about this?
No.
And then they're like, sir, in the last 5 minutes, 15 other horses in this hospital have come down with boopitis.
And my reply would be, boop.
It's fatal.
What? No. Poor horses, they're all dead.
But Michael, what happens if it goes faster?
It's all hopped up. Druggy horse. Heart's gonna give out.
Like, it's Lyra. There's feet.
Feet?
There's hands.
Oh.
And they got like 12 fingers.
Lyra like in feet.
And,
like
and they're severed.
Oh no. They made him into who?
I don't know. I think
He broke Lyra out of order.
this is going at 90 on my side. So, well, yeah, you guys are seeing at 30. I don't even know what that looks like. Oh, I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not even seeing what I'm seeing.
No,
Like on your side, it looks like she's just kind of going back and forth like this. On mine, she's actually like ghosting back and forth.
Yeah, she's skipping this dimension.
Actually, that makes me curious. Like I've done the fast stuff before, but now I feel like it's not because that's equal. Okay, I'm seeing what you're seeing. It's at this point that it breaks.
Yeah.
You're every now and then seeing it pretty close, but then at this point, it looks more like you're looking through the fan blades and seeing her like wobble.
That's the real world.
It's just, she just looks like she's having a seizure on that. Oh, now it looks like she's going so slow. Anyway.
I fell asleep again because I sat on it again. Stop doing it. I'm gonna give her socks.
No, that was the joke. That was just a joke.
No, it wasn't a joke. It's a necessary part of the. Okay. He just doesn't do it because he knows it's good and he knows I have good ideas and he just doesn't want to, like, smile.
Speaking of other content, I still have to finish up, I think, bad fanfic from Winnie City because I have 2 of the 3 panels from Winnie City uploaded. I haven't done a thumbnail for them, but they're like ready to make public. I don't want to.
You watch a bunch of drunken horse nerds.
But I haven't actually done it. Bad fanfic is always harder to edit though, because we record microphone audio, but some people are quieter than others, and some people, it's really hard to get the audio to like test and make sure that's not going to peak when somebody yells without being in the room and just yelling at like an empty room. And at that point, when we were doing testing for that room, there was people working to tear down they were doing a charity auction, and they decided that they were going to start tearing down like 10 minutes after their allotted time. So they had 20 minutes to set up or to tear down. And we are trying to set up because it's one thing to like say, oh, there's 30 minutes between panels, so we have 30 minutes to tear down. It's also 30 minutes to set up for the next one. So it's got to be a give and take here. And it kind of was frustrating. There was no chairs in the room or anything. So I couldn't even do any of the audio testing. So it's a little bit rough in some spots. I need to play with it. You speak from the diaphragm while keeping your voice level. No, it's just the microphones do really good it never will peak through the sound system. But because I have it in through the headphones, the device I have may not have the same limits. So it gets a little bit weird trying to record it. And you have the volume going to the recorder and the volume on the recorder itself. So I could like speak into it and see the levels bouncing and say, oh, it's at -6, which is about normally what I want for dB. I'm good. Well, it could be that it's peaking and I've just turned the volume down where it's stopping at -6, which I had happen once, and that panel was unrecoverable. So now I have to bring a pair of headphones and listen in while somebody speaks to make sure I get the volume ready. And every different room is different, and somebody will change some setting on it, and it's just getting the actual decent good audio recording is always just like a super big hassle.
You know what the trick?
Snakes?
Socks. These snakes. Trapped in there with snakes. Like Indiana Jones. Better. And she lift the Doritos up into her mouth and hold them. And then she can walk away with them in her mouth. All happy. That would be cute.
Trixie?
No, Starlight.
No, she got magic.
What you gonna hold it in her mouth?
Why would she use magic to put it to her mouth?
With them.
Why not just use magic?
It's easier. Hold stuff in your mouth, and magic's hard.
I've never seen you do it.
Because I have hands.
Yeah, but it's easier to catch your hair to hold in your mouth. Not for her. She's like uber powerful.
But it'd be cute.
No.
Take cuteness.
I love you're like Twitter of, hey, can you do this? No. Why do you hate me?
I know you well enough to know you hate cuteness. Yeah. Don't want to do the hats. And the
do you want me to go break Larry's neck because I made a cute horse in a hat? Is that not cute?
No, don't break.
But you're saying I hate cuteness.
No, it was cute, but you won't make it into an anthology.
No. What you're saying is you don't like one. Well, no, I'm not going to take it to 2. Well, fuck you. No, I'm not going to. Shut up.
Is that Elon Musk's newest geniusness? I don't follow it anymore. Platform. Completely removing the block function. Asking for a colorful crowd. Argo likes cute things, but only when it's fitting the scenario. And her carrying away the Doritos in her mouth would very much be befitting the scenario. Just despises all good in the world and joy and happiness.
I'm gonna let you know that there's a certain amount of neck snaps that will happen if you continue this, because it's one of those that, like, if no matter what you do, I'm gonna be the villain. I'm going to lean into it.
I mean, it's not my fault. You're like, look at the Skeksis and the Dark Crystal and be like, those are my dudes. Like, nee. Be nice to horse. Look at her, she's happy. Happy horse.
Is she happy?
Happy horse. Leave her alone. This one's Doritos.
Because I think, like,
got a cricket. He's very upset. He's so Jersey. Getting very intimate. Actually, getting this.
That's what I was doing originally.
Free Jackbox Party Pack 10.
Those giveaways were they're giving it away. Nice.
Oh no! If I found the portal to Horse World, you guys would never see me again. I'd crawl into it without 2 thoughts and gone. I'd probably destroy my hard drive first, but then I'd be gone.
No, you wouldn't. Because the moments you're spending destroying your hard drive are delaying Horse World.
Horse time.
If you call it horsey time.
It's horsey time. It's like, where's Mike at horsey time? You'll never see him again.
This is like a VR chat thing. No, he found the real horses. Yeah. So how's it going? He's in jail.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes. I still would be smiling.
No, because you're in jail.
Horse cards would be cute.
But you're in the dark dungeon where you're in Equestria.
Yeah.
But you'll never see a horse.
No, the horse cards. See, the horse cards.
No, they throw it down the slop hole.
Did they touch it? Because that's cute.
Like you're like, oh, food.
Oh, let's touch this food. X tier level top creep. No. Not only stallion guards, it's the worst. be bribing them to show me pictures of, like cute horses, the cute horses.
How would you bribe them?
I don't know.
What do you have to give?
Oops. Maybe they want boobs. I'd hate it, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
It's for the cause.
For the calls. Good horse calls.
I'm gonna say, like, you're like, I will boop the stallions if it means I can boop something else.
Pictures of mares.
I can give you stock tips.
Yes. Be like, what is a stock? Dawn social.
You'll make so many bits. Just put all your money in apples.
I have.
Oh, my mouse is still dying because I didn't hit the button.
It's not.
I said it was dying. It's not dead, so I just don't want it to die while we're in here.
That is fair. We have to end the stream because somebody forgot to charge the mouse. Would end it. But you wouldn't be able to end it because you wouldn't have a mouse capable of ending. They would just have to watch you play something fun. Frostpunk.
No, I would. I just have to. It would take time to go and get the stuff. So I have a monitor that I can plug into that charges, and that's what I used to do. But the camera that I'm using now runs with power over USB. And I'm running a really long USB cable from a computer to here, and data-wise, it's fine. It's even though it's so long, but it's not powered, which means when it gets here, it's only data, no power. So if I were to plug it right in the camera, data could go through, but it wouldn't run because it wasn't powered. So it needs power too. So instead, I'm running the data for it to my monitor, which is it's a hub. And then it can act as a hub, but then it adds power. So then it can run. Well, the problem is now if I plug in my mouse, it links into that hub, which is a different computer, and it no longer works. So I have to power through other means. I want to get like a little power hub or something so that I can just plug in easy.
That's kind of what you're doing now.
Well, yeah, through the battery, but I want to get an actual like hub. But I want to get a hub where because it works with the other computer. I do want to get like a. I don't know, would work. I want to get one with like a card reader stuff on it, because right now if I want, like when we had podcasts going, if I want to download the podcast, I'd have to walk in the other room, plug it in, and then walk back here.
Yeah,
I don't have any way to plug it in locally, so it'd be nice to have one that's close.
I feel like you're gonna get some little extensions in here. It's just gonna be like
no, because it's both the computers have a USB hub that comes in here. And I don't have enough USB to not just put it all through one USB hub per computer. So, but my main computers is going through an actual active powered USB 3, while the other computers is an unpowered USB 2. But again, this camera, even for 4K, apparently can go through the line. Well, it streams 1080, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, Alex, just talking about how Argo Daemon is evil. Welcome. I feel like a scene in Lord of the Rings that when they're talking about Sauron describes him pretty well.
See, I went and made something cute, but because I didn't want to make it extra cute, Michael's complaining.
Yes. It's all or nothing with me. So, I'm debating on whether or not getting another booze or coffee.
I'm only halfway through mine. Well, yeah, those are really easy to drink. Coffee at 7:40.
Yeah. I'm trying to live. Needed to keep my heart going. Not enough cute evil out of 10. Yes. He has the power.
That is actually very apt. It's like, well, I mean, it's got horse. So I'll give it a 5 out of 10. As soon as you start leaning cute, it's like you go off a cliff where if you don't keep going towards the absolute amount of cute, it becomes worse.
Yes.
Also, you missed it because like I started the cute thing, and before Michael got back, I asked. We started a prediction: will Michael request socks? And there's 25,000 points to yes and 10 to no, and Michael did ask for socks.
That's because it would have been so much better with socks, and you were just being spiteful by not adding socks. Hence the evil. It's just proven the evil. Evil out of 10. Once again.
I just like that people are like, yeah, there is I'm not even putting in 10 points to guess.
Just because you created the perfect scene for socks and then you didn't put socks in it because you knew that it would hurt my soul.
Thinks I'm trying to scam you. They came to DM saying like my profile picture and how I love to draw her, and then tell how much you're willing to pay for it. Well, just don't respond. Well, maybe I'm in a different situation, but you bet 20,000. Well, you got your like 3 points extra. Mm-hmm. Now I have my DMs shut off because most of the times when you keep DMs open, most people are going to message you in that regard. At least that I've seen have been, for me, I get other completely random ones, but they're just not worth risking. And if you call somebody out on it, then they get all like anal about stuff, and then people get stressed about it. It's just not worth it.
Somebody took a picture of me and drew it and be like, "How about you willing to pay for this?" I'd be like, "Child, that picture is cursed."
It's Sunset. I agree. I could very easily have said some stuff that would have influenced this decision, but then it's not.
He influenced it by making a picture that would have been perfect,
Michael,
for socks.
Tell me a picture that wouldn't be improved by socks.
They all could be improved by socks. But you created a thing that was basically for socks. And then you didn't put socks in it.
I don't think...
It's like having an altar that says Super Bowl trophy, and then you don't put the trophy on top. I'm like, didn't a trophy go there? You'd be like, haha, gotcha. I knew you would want a trophy there. Like, of course, it clearly says there should be a trophy there. And then you're just like, wah, evil laugh. Evil.
Okay, Michael says he doesn't want cute things anymore.
No, I don't want cute.
No, I don't like the idea of artists going around like requesting commissions, especially like that cost, because there are a lot of people out there that have open commissions that are much cheaper. So most of the people, no. That's not worth it. Go to somebody that you would know or has shown themselves to at least be a real person. Anybody messaging you have no idea.
Back to the floor though. Trying to pull away. Ooh.
What happened? Oh, I think that shifted. No, that's still the timing, right? What's going on here?
I don't think it exists anymore, but I'm still thinking of the pony OC. Like, so many people on the internet just had their icons from Pony OC Maker, and it was just so bad. At least I knew how to make stuff in Flash at the time. Everybody else was using Pony OC Maker. I was using Flash to make my own. Do weekly payments. Wow, when I
realized it was a scam, they said it, and it was automated. It said you can do weekly payments. If I was doing commissions, I would not do weekly payments in any way. Like, because somebody could just stop responding, because at the beginning of it, you would have given them the product, and what's the incentive for them to finish it or keep paying? No, it's usually like half up front, or like half up front sometimes, and then like half when finished, just at least show that like if I get screwed, at least I got half of it.
Which is why I'm going to commission you to do the entire opening scene to Fallout Equestria Pink Eyes, where they're still in the past. I'm going to pay you $5 now, and whatever else you want to do that project after you're done. At which point you will never see me again.
Yeah, I will. You're here till at least mid-April.
I'll lock the door, bar it, and sneak out when you're looking.
Remember, no contract.
I'll sneak out.
Sneak out.
Climb out the window. Be hard with those windows.
It would. Every time I do that, red alerts for blank. Right. Yeah. Also, again, just if you need a commission, you can go and find a commission. There's no incentive, need, or want to just jump on somebody that messages you. And whether it's a scam or not, I just I don't want to. I wouldn't want to do something with somebody asking those questions.
I could see the opening scene of Fallout Quest Pink Eyes being one of the most amazing scenes to have actually animated. But
It'd be so much work.
It would be like a year's worth of project.
No, it'd be more than a year.
No, I said years.
Oh yeah,
plural.
There's a lot of stuff that you could say.
It would be
that
something
with.
I could like say, "Hey, Minty," the only person I could really think of. But
Minty's not going to do something like that.
no, he's not. But I think he's capable. He's not going to.
There's a lot of capable people.
Minty's, as far as horse stuff goes, it's really just you and Minty that continuously put out stuff.
There's
like impressive horse stuff.
There's still a lot of people making stuff. There's not that many old schoolers still.
Yeah. There's like Jay, he's an old schooler and he still does pony stuff, but not animation.
Well, he is a part of an animation project.
Yes.
But he hasn't really made much.
I'm sure he's made stuff for him though.
Oh yeah, but he hasn't much made because he used to do all the top 10s and other stuff too.
Yeah. This is the top 25 each year. I still, and I've said it to him, I'm like,
No silver wishes.
needs to go back doing community poll. Not just his personal opinion. But
No, I think the personal opinion ones are fine because if you do off polls, then it gets less about quality and it gets more off popularity.
yeah, but that's just what it is. It's a popularity contest that people want to like see the results of.
I know, but but a lot of people, for those that are working to grow, it's disincentivizing. Where Jay will sometimes put some stuff into those that nobody would ever vote for that are amazing, and it helps get them.
He can still
visibility.
do that at the end of the.
No, that's why when he's trashed and he starts playing random things. No, like the community will always vote for what the community knows, which that's not a fault of the community. It's you're always going to get more votes because those people know you more. So like that's why anytime I put something out, I'm always in the top 10. But when you have a lot less people that are making stuff, and I've been around like so long,
He's so old.
but also the amount of people that actually watch it, it doesn't benefit me in any way. So it's nifty, it's cool, but it doesn't really it doesn't move a needle. So it's not like it does much.
Remember joy.
Plus, I've been on there enough that it's like I really don't care whether I'm on there or not. It's like if somebody won like 15 Oscars, do you think on the 16th one they're like, yay?
If they were trying to get
They're like, don't put it in the pile.
melt this one down. I'm building a throne.
Like I've got 8th place. Well, how many people are competing? 9.
I'd want at least 12 so I could set up a bowling alley. Have them at the end. Alright, well, I'm gonna make coffee. Do you want a cup?
You're gonna go make cold coffee shake?
I'm gonna heat it.
Hot what? Coffee? Okay. No, I think I'll be good on. Actually, bring me like a whiskey coke because that'll have caffeine in it.
Okay. Yeah, I need caffeine.
There might be use whatever's left of the plastic bottle, and if it doesn't feel like there's that much, just add a little more of the apple because I think there's only a teeny bit of the stuff in the plastic bottle left.
Okay.
No, I'm not done with it yet. On spacing and not being a drunk. Okay, so her head needs to kind of weave with the motion. I thought I could just delay it, but I don't think I'm going to be able to delay it. So she needs to do. Okay, so when she does this whip, I don't think we asked the question. How's everybody doing? Anybody got fun plans for the weekend? I think I'll make a couple mini French bread pizzas. Ooh, that's a lot of fun words. Vending machine. Well, when Michael gets back, we'll have him do vending machine. He's the voice impression master. Cooking, training, and studying more letter maths. Algebra, I guess. Cooking. What kind? Like, are you? Is it just normal dinner stuff, or do you have like a baking something, or? We are planning that. Actually, I'm pretty good with the head Swift. I do some punch potatoes with fried chicken. What is a punch potato? A fried chicken, I'm pretty sure I can guess that, but punch potato, I don't know. We're gonna make it tonight, but it didn't work out time wise. Our local grocery store had 8-ounce New York steaks on sale for like $7 each. So we picked up 3 of those, and I'm gonna make that tomorrow with some green beans and mashed potatoes, which is it's gonna be so good. You're not doing much. I need to set up a couple of project folders and organize some files. I probably should do that too. I am behind on a little bit. It'd be a nice experience. We usually never deep fry anything, so don't set the house on fire. But so what are they? That's what I'm curious about. Actually, I have started playing a new game, which I thought would kind of like not be that fun, but I'm actually kind of enjoying it. Like, checks boxes for me. And I know you've probably never heard of it. It is. Oh, it's not even on this list because I had it installed on my Steam Deck. Merchant of the Skies. I got it for free on well, not free, but on a Humble Bundle thing, and it's basically just a trading game, but you get to explore the different areas, and you have fuel to move your ship around and buy stuff and try to buy low, sell high, and build and upgrade. I don't know. I'm actually like, well, okay, I was sitting idle for a lot today because they were doing all the work down here today. I really couldn't do much like normal anything, so I was just poking on that on the Steam Deck, and it was it's actually surprisingly fun. I'm actually enjoying it, and it's a fully complete game, which is also nice. Punch potatoes. Get some small potatoes, cook, literally punch them flat, cover them in olive oil, bake fry them in the oven. Ah, okay, I can see what you mean there. So it's kind of like a baked potato, mashed potato mix. Well, kind of. Yeah. Do you put like some bacon bits and stuff on them too, or something? You gotta put like some on them. I used to have a chive plant at home that was really nice because I just cut off a little like piece of chive. I've kind of wanted to start a garden in our backyard because we have a lot of space, but we have so many bunnies and so many turkeys that anything I put back there something's going to jump over any fence I put and just demolish it. It's not worth it. Our neighbor has a garden, but they have a normal fence and then they have another fence, and they put it up way tall, and I think they still have problems. Also, they have a dog, which when my old neighbor got a turkey fryer, he went on a deep fry rampage. If it was eatable, he fried it. I mean, that sounds delicious, but it also sounds like heart destroying. And I guess it depends. If you're doing that, you don't have to. You can probably keep the oil in there. For how often I would probably deep fry, it's just not worth it because I can't let this oil sit probably that long. But if you're doing it all the time, you should not, like, the oil's getting used. Is anybody planning to play Armored Core when it comes out? Actually, second part of that, does anybody remember playing, or is anybody an Armored Core fan from like placed? God, this Armored Core 6. When did Armored Core 5 come out? Oh my God, 2012. So at the start of the Brony, everything about that time is when Armored Core 5 came out. A long time. That's 11 years. I get the timing for her. Maybe a little bit here. She seems a little stuck in the vending machine. Someone get her out. Also, hello. How are we doing this fun evening? Actually, I was just asking that of everybody. I am doing really, really good. We had one of the last contractors come in today for the basement room we're working on until the framing gets put up in about 2 weeks. So Monday we had the recessed lights put in, and today the ventilation guys came in and they redid the ductwork because the previous owner reused old lighting to put boob lights, this the hang down lights, in a room that had ceilings that were already low so you could hit it. And also they were just not that good of lights. They were kind of crap, and the holes that they were left were bad. Also the ductwork, they had the normal bit of a house is you're supposed to have your heat and air conditioning go to the outside of the house and your return vents in the inside of the house, so that you get this like bit where all the heat and the air goes to the outside and then gets pulled across the ground towards the middle where it's pulled back in, recycled into the system, and it keeps it going. For here, they just busted a hole in the basement to the return vent in the ceiling. Well, all the air in the basement's normally going to settle, like, so all the air conditioning is going to sink. So now, if it's in the ceiling, you'll never get it back. And it was also 3 feet from the heat, the actual HVAC vent. So all the heat and the air conditioning would come out of this vent and immediately go into the return. It was really stupid. So they completely redid it. So now we have 2 heat vents that are spread around the room and the returns on the floor in the middle. So it's going to be much better. But they spent 6 hours on it today. They were here for a very long time. For how long they were here, it was actually surprisingly cheap. It was still expensive, but it was not that bad for the time. 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 Still making another one. Really enough, I have never played Armored Core or watched a playthrough of it.
Which one?
It kind of well, he says never played an Armored Core.
Yeah.
I checked. What year do you think 5 came out? 6 is the new one.
5? Mm-hmm. I think the first one came out in 96.
So the 5th one, the previous one to the one now. When do you think it came
That
out?
could not have been 5.
So 6 was the most is one that's coming out now.
Okay, it might have been called 5, but it wasn't the 5th one.
No, it's called Armored Core 5.
Okay.
Well, Armored Core V. But what year do you think?
Probably PS3. Early PS3. I want to say 09. What year?
12. I think it. It was for the PlayStation 3.
It's funny that they call it Armored Core 5 because there was definitely like well more than 5 before that.
Oh yeah, there was the random games because they said here Armored Core 4 and Armored Core 4 Answer.
Yeah, there was like Armored Core. The ones I remember that I played was Armored Core Project Horizon. Oh no, Project Phantasma, Armored Core: The Last Raven, Armored Core 2, which they finally got the 2 on the PlayStation 2, which was actually the 4th one. Then Armored Core Nexus.
I remember Nexus.
Armored Core, I think it was just called the 9, which I remember that one not being good. But it basically set up the villain for the very first game, basically about adding him. Like, I'm the real 9-ball. Push from a game from 96. The villain was called 9-ball.
The one thing from the gameplay I've seen for it that I do like is the new game looks like they kept all the cheesy Japanese type style of storytelling that were, you kind of get accustomed to those type of games. It's not changed. That's kind of still there. And if I remember right, there's only 10 missions, but they're longer missions with the intent of trying to play different ways and optimize and whatnot. But I think they're all still pretty long.
I always like the premise of the MTs and the ACs because the MTs were basically fodder for you. But the reason they existed was because companies could afford MT. They were a dime a dozen essentially, but an AC unit you basically had to have like super rich man money.
You had to be extra rich.
Yeah, and then you had to be somebody crazy enough to not only be extra rich to afford one, they had to pilot it too. So,
or pay somebody to pilot it.
Or pay somebody to pilot it. Yeah.
If you're that rich, I'm pretty sure you can get somebody to do that.
Yeah. But in the game, you're just like a guy, like, I have just enough money to afford the very base AC model, which still is a ridiculous amount of money. But you work your way up taking missions from super rich people to take out all their...
Okay, he's a boomer. That's why he can afford it.
Is that what it is? Oh, yeah. Like, I saved up my retirement money. If you kids didn't buy so many sandwiches, you can have ACs of your own.
When do you think the game comes out?
Soon, I think.
Like 6 days. This coming weekend.
I'm gonna have no time to play it.
But I don't even care.
What are you playing this weekend? Playing this weekend?
Sunday I haven't figured out yet. I'm still looking. This is the one I want.
Ours.
Look at this. This not like check a lot of boxes for you for like old like Chrono Trigger, like Legend of Mana type games.
Yeah, it definitely has a Chrono Trigger feel.
But yeah, it's I hope it actually reviews well, but I'm so excited for it. Sea of Stars is gonna be so good.
Michael missed a voice impression. I did.
Yeah, you did.
14 minutes ago, vending machine. I gotta make a voice impression of the vending machine. It's like, This pony is mine. Mine, I say. You will not get your Snickers bars. You will not get your Doritos or your Funyuns until you give me more ponies. For I am the vending machine that collects horses. Because they're cute. And they should all be wearing socks, despite what some might say. Said the vending machine. That's the vending machine.
I feel like you're just trying. You're like, wait, if I have to do a voice impression, I'm gonna throw my propaganda.
No, that was the vending machine's propaganda. The vending machine talking. The vending machine having all the correct answers. He knows orange is a crap color, and brown is literally the
I used to like
crap.
blue. I used to like blue, and blue used to be my favorite color.
Yeah.
Like more like an aqua, like with a little bit of green mixed in. But then I realized that it really wasn't, and I just was doing it because that was everybody's favorite color. I was trying to fit in.
You just like, what's the color that everybody hates because it's the color of poop? And you're like, that's my favorite color now.
No, it's the color of wood. It's the color of actually most everything.
Yes.
Brown is a very common color, but I like brown. It's an amazing color. Yeah, Jub Jubbly agrees. Favorite color is brown.
Poop color, Jub Jubbly.
A brown with an ever so slight hint of red mixed into it is my favorite. Like kind of like a burnt brown. Like that's really, really good.
Burnt brown?
Yeah, it's just like take a brown and just add a hint of red more into it to get a little bit more of a like red flavor, I guess.
Somebody who needs to check their prostate.
Redwood. I mean, yeah, I couldn't kind of say it like that.
Wood is red.
No, I think wood is a very pretty color.
Wood comes in a lot of colors. Like Minecraft. Colors. Coffee's brown. Life.
Minecraft. That is a lot of brown too, yes. Hey, I was working on getting her magic figured out last time. I don't think I finalized that. I locked it to the horn, but I didn't.
Edward.
Okay, so that's still active
inside the shaking vent. Gotta have it shake back and forth.
Okay, hold on a sec. It's right there. It goes to there.
It's a vending machine, yes. One that's definitely got that 90s vibe going, but it makes sense because I think it's from Black Mesa. I want to say, I'm gonna guess it's from. With the whole thing of Black Mesa takes place in the year 6.
Oh my god!
It's like help!
Wait,
No.
hold on, let me actually get her mouth.
Like, oh, don't stop it! Stop it! And just, I get it. I'm a bad girlfriend. I will stop trying to steal snacks, and I promise this time for sure. Not like last time when I promised, and I'm in here again because Starlight, the machine is expensive and I'm poor. If you just give me bits, this wouldn't happen. Give me money, Starlight. After you let me out, I need money and help. Starlight, stop rocking out. I know you love chemical romance, but this is not the time. Starlight. I think it's good. I hope you enjoyed that.
I like Shaking Machine. Like, and so now the sequel, Trixie gets stuck in a dryer.
Starlight help.
Like, and now for the series of Trixie gets stuck in weird places.
Her head's stuck inside of like a staircase railing.
And it's always the same audio.
Yes.
Like it's literally copy paste the same audio. Trixie help. Trixie needs help.
She needs help. Starlight, where's Starlight? Starlight, help me. Yes. Because he did throw Phyllis in the trash. Tears came to Starlight's eyes.
Trixie's looking at the food.
So hungry. Food everywhere, not a bite to eat. Victim of capitalism. Sunset no. Still love.
I'm the fun Las Vegas this way. No.
I still love the image if you type in Granny's Gone Wild into Google. It's still there. At least as of recently, I checked.
I'm not testing it.
And if you type in Granny's Gone Wild, there's just a picture of Rainbow Dash with apple.
Do it at your own discretion.
Thanks. I can check. Find out if it's still there. Years and years ago.
The great and powerful Michael.
No. Is that what happens every time you turn on your phone?
The great and powerful Michael. Yes, every time.
Wow, that narcissist over there.
Granny's Gone Wild. I gotta type that in my phone, my work phone. Important use in business. I can't really tell on a cell phone, I don't think. You have to have the desktop experience.
I think you can change it to desktop experience.
But I don't know how. Chat, you'll just have to tell me. Do not type in Granny's Gone Wild to see Rainbow Dash with the apple juice on her face. You gotta do it.
No.
But my phone can't do it.
Yeah, you know why? Probably because it was like, this is not safe.
What's the worst that can happen? It's the name of a pony episode.
There could be some cups and girls something or other that I could type in and be like, that's the name of something, too.
Geriatrics Gone Wild. Dude, Michael, what? I didn't put it there.
That is the name of an actual episode.
It's the name of the episode. It's the one where Rainbow Dash takes like...
It was a fun episode.
Yes, but you need to specify MLP. You don't. I've been Granny's Gone Wild.
I'm going to guess, though, that being they named it that, they are putting themselves already in a weird, risky situation. So they if I was with their PR team or whatever, somebody would have already went through and double checked. If we put this in there and some kid does a search for Granny's Gone Wild, is that a problem?
It better show Rainbow Dash with her face covered in apple juice.
And that might be why.
Expression. Because that's exactly what happens when you load any chicken.
Yeah. Yeah. Just because the episode. Yeah, probably because there's from one of the South Park seasons, there was a little thing in there that was like their process of making a video, and it was actually really interesting because it was like Matt and Trey Parker in a room with like two of the writers, whatever, and they basically just spitball and create the whole episode over a couple of hours, just sitting in a room. They literally created on the spot, but there's a fifth person in the room. And that fifth person is basically the representative for Comedy Central or whoever hosts the show at the time. And their job is to interpret what was spoken and then go to the corporate overlords and verify, is it okay if we show this? And so it's this poor lady that's sitting there like straight face, kind of like, what are you guys saying? And because I think in that one they were doing the human centipede episode.
Oh wow!
And then she has to go and call them up, and she goes, so they want to take a person and then do this. Okay. And like, she definitely sounded like this was not what I went to school for.
Yes. She probably has like 3 degrees, but she's just in there listening to them ramble.
And in there, they probably have them there for obvious reason for South Park, but there's somebody definitely doing those checks on a corporate level to verify that to minimize lawsuit potential.
While you're at it, Jub Lee, if you're on Google, type in who is best pony and then come back to me with the answer. Because it's correct.
Yes, because Google is definitely the best answer when it comes to any Google
who is
search.
Best pony. Absolutely, I agree.
That's called confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias from Google.
Yeah, they're rich and rich people are right.
Yes, some people feel that way, yes. It's a problem.
Yeah, you just did.
Yeah, but only because it confirmed my biases.
I don't have confirmation biases, only when I'm right.
It confirms my biases. No meme, it actually says Derpy. Yep, because they know over there. Derpy is best pony.
I think that's got the tail out of the way. Oh.
People over there at Google know what's up.
Okay, now it's getting rid of the clipping. So from here to...
When did I say Luna? That my accent is so thick. You say Luna really weird. Do I? Oh, just now with Best Pony? Oh, Derpy. Oh, I get it. This is making a joke. You're so funny. And they must spell Luna weird too on that their Google. I know you have ice in them, and I've put Derpy happiness faces on them. Because more Derpy is always better. Being she's best horse of all.
Horse, of course.
Horse, of course. Pony. It's just go Derpy, and that is it. That is all you need to know. This is Derpy. It's like, who is best pony? It's Derpy. But no, it's Derpy. Like, but I had a question. No, it's Derpy. Please leave now. You've learned much. Go.
You go and like talk to some historian that does like only horse races through history, and like, who is best horse? Well, I probably like maybe say Secretariat, and like, no, Derpy, boosh, backslap him, and
slap him to the ground.
Yeah,
kick him. Good measure.
Oops, still a little bit there.
Best horse, cutest horse, best princess, best ruler of Equestria. Gonna find out in G5 that she's like an alicorn now. Matter of time.
Why would she be an alicorn?
Silly question. Best horse becomes alicorn. How it works.
You seeing that at one point Twilight was best horse?
No. She just had like privileged powers. Got raised by the princesses like as a secondary mom. Her babysitter was a princess. Her brother was married to a princess.
That was later.
No, it wasn't. It was her babysitter, and then her brother got married to her.
There
like,
was
too.
I have to say that if there was nepotism, There was definitely some of that in Twilight's universe. She was already born and lived in like I feel like they're making the killer character and they're like, so who's the character? Oh, she's been given everything silver spoon, like her life's great and wonderful, and then we go and throw her off into a farm for fun.
The thing is, when she came back to the castle for that one episode where she completely forgot about her old friends, the room that she had in the castle, which was a huge room, it was essentially a library, was still there waiting for her when she got back. Like, they're like, no, that's Twilight's room, leave it alone. She'll come back for it, probably, maybe.
Yeah, well, I like it. Celestia said, like, don't go there. Make some friends, you'll be fine. But then she turns around, she's like, keep the room open. She ain't gonna last. Because why else would you leave it there?
You left it there because that's Twilight's room.
I know, but if she wanted her pupil to succeed, she would probably not care. She's like, well, she'll do fine, so just get rid of it.
Your parent. It's like when you leave the house with your parents, keep the room just the way it is.
No, mine immediately turned into an office.
Yeah, well, your parents. Rainbow Dash's parents, who love her, kept her room exactly the same as she left it. My dad turned my old bedroom into his train room, but then he got really bored of trains really fast.
I'm glad that at least the theme of ignoring what was in the room has continued on for generations. And it's just like with you. He got them, thought it was pretty neat, and then got really bored and stopped loving it.
Oh. I feel like you're about to remind me of some pet that I got. It's gone now. Oh, I love all my plushes too.
Okay, I think other than minor motions to stuff, there's not much more I can do here. Oh, I can probably lock down Starlight.
And they were essentially, if Twilight failed to become a princess, they would have been like, all these years wasted.
We wanted to go on vacation and we've been prepping for years.
And they were clearly setting her up basically to take their place from like the time she was a filly. They had plans, and those plans were a nice sunny beach where they didn't have to do anything anymore. At least until Twilight messed up. Which apparently she did.
A lot.
Stayed messed up. Yeah, she messed up a lot.
They're like, Luna, I think we picked the insane one. And Luna's like, we put a lot of money in this.
Yes, like, let's enjoy a vacation. How many millennia? We'll figure it out later. 5 millennia later. They're still not back. The one thing that makes me, I was kind of concerned G5 might have forgotten about those two, but they did bring them up. They have not forgotten about Celestia and Luna. They're still very much part of the story. Even showed them. But I want G5 to keep going, but it feels like it's on such a thin line. Honestly, the only thing I think may have saved Pony going forward is the Barbie movie. And that's weird to say, but I was actually listening to NPR. Okay. The news. I was listening to the news, and they were talking about how Hasbro is putting a lot more effort into some of those similar properties, well, because of how successful Barbie was.
But who was Barbie successful with?
Everyone.
But what's Barbie's intended audience?
I don't know. It seemed to appeal to just about everyone except people who were like hardcore against the ideologies.
No, Barbie in general. Who is the intended audience?
Initially, little girls.
Okay, the movie. What was the intended audience?
Everyone.
So if they were to extrapolate that and say, well, that kind of worked, what happens if we do that to other mediums? What happens if we start saying, well, apparently something that people were nostalgic for, making I wouldn't call it adult version of, but kind of. I would say I haven't seen it, but it looked like it was a little bit more adult-oriented, fun movie from nostalgic. What if we started taking IPs that we have and instead of focusing on that audience, expanding it?
Yeah.
Isn't that what you want?
Yeah.
So so I could say that they could.
They already know they have a larger audience than they realize with My Little Pony.
Well,
They just have to expand on it.
But they're probably going to lean into Barbie for a bit.
Well, that's Mattel. Hasbro's going to do their own thing.
Yeah, but there's a gap.
There's a time gap to make things happen.
Yeah, like you can't just say, well, they can say make it happen, but I don't think anybody anticipated Barbie to be as successful as it was.
No, they didn't. But I think that's because they thought the market wasn't ready for a across the board all audience Barbie movie. But I think companies like Hasbro are going to look at Barbie and go, hey, maybe we can do something like that with some of our products that were initially targeted towards girls, and theirs is Pony. But while I don't think they're going to have a big across the audience like My Little Pony movie in the near future, they might look at what they currently have going on, like the G5 show, and be like, we were going to cancel this, but maybe this has more appeal than we thought. That is my hope. Maybe it's just me hoping, wishing on that prayer, but see.
I think it is, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they do.
You know, they're working on an 8-Ball movie, apparently. You know, the Magic 8-Ball? Where it's kind of like a haunted kind of deal.
Didn't they do a Ouija movie?
That's probably.
No, they did a Ouija movie. Whatever.
Milton Bradley, right? Milton Bradley owns the property of the Ouija board.
Okay.
I know they used them in like that one horror film.
Yeah. So
they've used them in films before.
The movie, whatever the rating this movie got, the 8-Ball movie is going to get worse.
Yeah, I think so. If you have
got a sequel,
who's that? Milton Bradley.
4.5 out of 10.
Is that Milton Bradley though, or were they actually involved?
They had to in some way.
They would be on the wiki page.
But I would say if they were, it was probably minimal.
Well, they would have given the rights.
Yeah, because after that, I mean, it's like you need to maintain the Ouija lore.
They're talking about working on an 8-Ball movie, and they're talking about a Monopoly movie.
Actually, the one that actually I was kind of interested in was Twisted Metal. It actually looked.
It sounds like another Fast and Furious, but with more.
It looked like, because the way that I feel is that a lot of these remakes, what they try to do is take the idea of a story and then try to put it into a real life setting, and by removing the unreal elements of the game.
Yeah. Which
never works. So in this one, it did seem like they were maintaining some of the unreal aspects, because it's supposed to be like it's post-apocalypse and like kind of Mad Max-esque. And the main guy is a runner between the cities, and so it ended up looking better than I thought. I don't know if it's gonna be good, but who's the main actor for that? I recognize that. Was it the guy that plays the Hawk guy in Marvel? I don't think so.
No, they've kind of hinted at what happened to Twilight in.
Well, it's not a TV series.
How Equestria fell apart.
Oh, it is a TV. Oh no, yes, Anthony Mackie.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fine because Anthony Mackie, I think, is actually a really good actor. Will Arnett being there is a little weird, but
again, Sweet Tooth. Oh, he's gonna be dressed up as a clown. So.
Oh no, actually he
how many Sweet Tooths are there?
No, so like I'm not gonna play the trailer, but
there's multiple people.
Yeah, so I mean like that's weird if you're just popping in now.
Yeah. See that.
But no, it was actually kinda, it looked good, but yeah.
Sir Edward, I've been trying to piece together basically what they've been trying to say happened, and long, drawn out thing short, Twilight's friends all passed, was left alone. It's kind of implied she was defeated by Opaline, who sent her to the moon. And the moon's purple now. That's the short of it.
Is it that I can't get her hair back under control?
Equestria basically fell into a race war after that.
Something in here. It's not that. Nope. Oh, nope. It was in one of these.
Like, if you turn that into a movie, if they made what happened to Equestria into a movie, that would, you could make that a little bit more adult oriented. Because there's a lot of like, deeper subject matter events that led up to that.
I don't know what they would do, and the problem is they would have to be starting from scratch right now, and anything that would be developed is going to be one of two things. They're either going to put the time into it that it should have, make it good, but it's going to take like 2 to 3 years at the minimum to do that. So by the time it's out, you're losing your hype. Or you rush the shit out of it to try to profit off of the hype, and then it's a bunch of shit, and you make more money that way. They're probably going to go with option 2.
I think Izzy did give a timeline for how long it's been since they said the purple moon has existed for 5,000 moons, is how she described it. So it has been a long time.
500 years, 400 years.
Would that be 400 years?
Because if you're considering 12 months,
yeah.
So it's like 5,000 divided by 12, so it'd be like probably around like 450 or something.
Yeah, it's been a while since Equestria went to crap.
Well, yeah, but how many times was it went to crap?
It went to extra crap this time because essentially after Twilight was gone and the princesses were gone, the gems, which were created by the elements, which they explain in the comics, basically took everybody's magic away. Things devolved into a race war, but it was also problems were compounded by magic that ponies no longer had and could no longer deal with in the world. And their numbers were diminished until basically there were just a few segregated towns. It got dark. It got real dark. Where to read them? I can't say because that would be like taking things, but yay, ponies, right? If anybody would pick up on that, or to read the comics. Now, if you want,
it's like I'm not going to tell you where to download it, but horror me, mateys.
What is that? That's even worse.
I know that's kind of what you're trying to do.
I'm just saying, yay, ponies. I'm just type into yay, ponies into someplace. It might come up with something. I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Okay, let me modify it to what you're doing now. Horror me, mateys. Let us go down to the Bay of Pirates.
No. But if you want a lot of the lore of what happened, you gotta read the comics. Fortunately, they are starting.
You know what the comics have? Horror me, mateys. They have pirates.
Mateys. They are starting.
The pirate ones are actually pretty decent.
They did start really touching on the lore in chapter 4 of the show, which is where they finally gave the timeline. How long it's been. Been a long time. Horses, yes.
TV.
A horse.
Your fiddle-dee-dee. Being a pirate is all right with me. Do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate.
Batten down the hatches, me mateys. Yar. No, you don't want to go there.
Batten down the torrents.
We just stay here and say, yay, ponies. And then type that into Google because we're so excited about how yay, ponies we are.
hair is just like wanting to just escape. Okay, so it was hair 4, I think, that was misbehaving the most.
I need to catch up with Stand behind. Might be a bunch of more new juicy lore. Yes, it is a website.
Thank you for the follow, casual Roblox player.
Yep. Let's get those jokes. She's so hungry. If she'd only gotten those chips, Starlight would have to let her out.
So the MLP 2017 movie had pirates for some reason.
They were cool pirates.
Yeah, actually, they were pretty fun. The 2017 movie actually was legitimately good. It was a movie that I was expecting to go in there and be like, eh. But I actually left pleased. Like, I think that it felt like a good mix of a movie that adults could watch and enjoy it, and kids could also enjoy. There was good comedy mixed in, and there was at least like 2 or 3 deaths.
Yeah,
visual deaths you saw.
Yes,
because
one was pretty brutal.
Yeah, like Storm King dropping. Yeah, he dead.
One of the minions getting set on
minions
fire.
Being set on fire so is definitely dead.
Spike has killed a guy,
and there had to be some other one next in there. But yeah, that guy falling to his death on fire, that is kind of brutal.
No, yeah, and it was Spike was used. I mean, he was an asset in the murder, but he was definitely like okay with it after.
Yeah, but after watching MLP, if I had to pick one of the characters that would be the biggest murderer, probably be like Spike and Pinky fighting for first.
She did go insane when she was pelting that one with cupcakes.
Oh yeah, she did. See, that was what was funny is it was showing an adult topic of like somebody getting shot against the wall, but with cupcakes in a funny way. Kids would like it, and adults would catch the extra context.
That movie did fairly well. I remember Blade Runner was in theaters at the exact same time, the newer-ish Blade Runner movie. At the same time as My Little Pony, and I remember watching Stephen Colbert, and they were talking about how many people went to go see Blade Runner. It's like, does that count of all the men who bought Blade Runner tickets and then snuck into the My Little Pony movie? Because he has mentioned Pony several times. He is a fan.
Well, the thing is, when a television show at the peak of its popularity has pundits that work off of pop culture mention it.
He's named off all the characters. Stan.
Yes, and he wasn't looking at a cue card.
I don't think he needed to. He tried to eat a Scootaloo.
No, they all have cue cards, and they're actors. They're meant to portray.
He gave a shout out to Bronies, and then he pulled his shout out back. He's like, I would like to retract my shout out to Bronies. It got aggressive.
Yeah, they're using cue cards. They're working on pop culture. I'm not saying he isn't a fan, but I'm going to guess that at that point, it was more beneficial for him to show such. How many ones of Pinky did Twilight murder? Yeah, actually, Twilight is probably in the series the one that had the most murder, because in a way they were living things. I mean, like
yes.
No, with the mirror pool.
Oh, yeah, she murdered so many Pinkies.
Because, I mean, they existed. They were real things.
Yeah, they had personalities. They even, like, had a shout back to one where they showed one in a diner, like, behind them.
Yeah.
Like, freaking out because they thought they got caught. Because they probably looked through the window and watched all their Pinky brethren die. She committed so much murder.
Genocide.
I did like DWK's thing where it just has Mod at the mirror pool. Like, you ever make a clone of yourself? Just strangle it. Watch life leave its eyes. It's very cathartic. Don't throw the dead ones back in though, because then you get race. Those are hard to kill.
I miss DWK's funny stuff
so much. Because they did say that Maud lived like in the same cave system as the mirror pool. So it was basically part of her house. Fun stuff. Kid. Now there's a few notable deaths in the My Little Pony. They didn't. It's funny because they've killed characters in My Little Pony, but when they actually try to do an episode about death, they came short and just had Tank going into hibernation.
Comedic deaths work, and as long as there's no blood, they usually can get away with it.
There was like skin peeling when they killed Sombra. If you freeze frames.
Yeah, but that's different. Kids have had that happen all the time. They got a little boo-boo.
Yeah, their face just starts getting peeled off by the sheer force and magic and heat.
Wasn't an edit where the Cupcakes were added to a red scene where the guy got melted? I wouldn't be surprised. People have time.
I do remember they had to like edit the scene where the copies that Chrysalis made of the main six were dying because originally it was too gruesome. And they had they showed the gruesome version in like the previews for the episode, but when the episode got the release, they made it a little less like terrifying because it was just the ponies, the copies dying, and their skin was just falling off of them, and they were essentially melting. It was while they screamed. It's kind of gruesome. Melting flesh, yes. Mean like sparkle. Well, yeah, no, yeah, that's what she screamed. She's like, "You ruined everything," while melting.
Okay, so there's her horn magic. What hers is pink? It's purple.
It's purple, same color as her eyes. And there's very few that aren't.
Yeah, but because it's not 100%, you gotta always ask.
Yeah. Initially, if you watch the very first few episodes of Pony, Twilight's magic's actually changed it to purple. Rarity's horn was also very weird in the very first episode. Like a hard line.
Or like it's purple?
Is it blue? It's blue.
No, it's not. That's not blue.
It's like teal.
It's teal. Michael, you're just like, there's very rare situations like this one.
I said she's one of the rare cases.
You're trying to steer me wrong, Michael.
I don't watch enough horse. Watch more. You'll have to help me. I have to sit down and do a horse marathon.
Okay, this is the type of color I'm looking for. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't want a bright magic like this one. I want a static color. Okay, so we're looking at somewhere around.
Oh yeah, they definitely finally touched on AJ's parents. I wish they told us how they died, but it was eventually implied that they probably died like only a year or so before the start of the show. So AJ was fairly old. They passed. It just showed a slightly older Big Macintosh being given his yoke, and then AJ getting her hat for the first time. And they were like teenagers at that point. And it showed Pear Butter carrying around Apple Bloom in a satchel on her side. So maybe it had been like 5 years, but no more.
I don't want this, so I need to modify my start times. I need to start at just, I think at 7.7. I need to start like 7.4.
I would say still the episode The Perfect Pair is probably in my top, if not number one.
Right. Do that
Still
wrong.
makes me cry. That's an interview question. Ponies ever made you cry?
Like just ball.
No, just like tears out your eye. They had to wipe away tears.
Yeah, like a lot of times, like at the very last episode and stuff like that. But I've never had one where I was like sniffling and pulling out a tissue. So,
Did the perfect pair make you cry, or are you a
Not
heartless
really.
monster? He's a heartless monster, everyone.
why would I cry at that?
Because AJ's parents die.
Okay, actually, with the reflective surface, this is even better. I'm probably going to reduce it a little bit, but it really works for the shake.
It does. It's like, no.
I'm going to reduce it a bit, though.
No, like just even the scene where they're getting away to walk away from their dad's friend, Burnt Oak or whatever. I can't remember his name. And Big Mac and Tosh just stops and says, can I come back here and you can tell me more stories about my dad? And they both get teary-eyed. I got teary-eyed too, because that's emotional and sad, and you'd have to be a monster not to get all emotional the first time watching that.
I think this environment map is Mars.
It might
I don't think I want that.
he probably watched like Old Yeller and when the kid went to shoot the dog.
I don't
It's just
remember.
like-
All I know is that they shot a dog in Old Yeller, and that was about it.
Mufasa dying, you were probably just like one less lion to feed.
Okay, Mufasa, Lion King, I already have some problems with. How does the lion pride work? How does the pride work?
That has one male, and once the other males get old enough, they leave the pride or they start dominance.
So then Simba and Nala.
Oh no, they were definitely brother and sister.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See, that's where it gets a little
half brother, half sister, but still
Well, it's a little weird.
lion. And
Also, like when Simba was apparently like the father decided they could live, where normally he would just murder the boys.
no, he wouldn't murder the boys. Once they got to a certain age, they'd be driven off, but he wouldn't murder them.
I'm pretty sure they've killed some before.
Like if a new lion takes over the pride, they'll kill all the cubs. So they can and they'll start new pride with the females they just won, essentially. Bugger rarely sets ponies on fire and breaks their necks. Two dead pony parents doesn't affect him. Again, we've established he's a heartless monster. Edward doesn't cry during the Perfect Pair episode.
Did you cry? Nope.
I
Must.
cried a lot. Cried pretty much every other part of that whole when the grandpair, when he came to them to apologize, I lost my shit. I started like tears visibly running down my face. Like, what's his name? Star Trek man. What's his name? Not Patrick Stewart, but the other captain.
Star Trek man.
Yeah, Star Trek man. The one who's still alive.
What?
No, the one who's still alive. That's Leonard Nimoy.
So the other Star Trek.
That's not
man.
George Takei. William Shatner. Yes.
you went to say Shatner, but then thought it was going to say like something bad.
William Shatner, he did an excellent performance when he was doing the whole thing where he was saying, I'm sorry.
He's done a lot of
Like-
voice acting before, so
Yeah.
I think he's been in a similar situation like a lot of other actors that did something that became so iconic, like Hamill,
Yeah.
where they just started focusing on voice acting because that's easier to do when you're
It is. You can do it
too
from
much
your
to the other
house.
thing. Well, no. Well, because when everybody knows you as a specific character and they have difficulty seeing you otherwise, voice acting you can always do. So
yeah. Wait, E.T. died?
Yeah, I thought he did a really good job. Wait, he did Puss in Boots? Which was he in Puss in Boots?
But yeah, he did a great job as grandparent, just because the emotions involved in him giving sorry. Because you realize that not only did he not really get to know his grandkids, the last time he spoke to his daughter, he never got a chance to apologize to her because she died. And that would haunt somebody. And then finally coming around to get to know your grandkids. And the only person who even remembered him was their grandmother. I mean, that scene was like level 10 emotional for me. I'll admit it.
Maps.
I think I was crying for days after.
Be basic. I went and grabbed the environment map from CSGO Office, but it still seems really basic.
PA for grandparents is William Shatner. Done a lot more than the Puss in Boots movie, I can assure you.
This is really weird. The particle won't show in front of the wood for this machine, which also, that's an interchange. Why does this machine have an environment map? It's wood. I mean, I guess, sure, you could add like earth.
It's got a lacquer on it. Tiny. I think it's really, of the original Star Trek cast, it's really only him and I think everybody else has passed.
Plastic isn't a mirror finish.
Oh.
Okay, so there's with it gone completely. I think it might be okay to keep it on a little bit.
I don't think you can tell what it is. So, just a reflection.
Okay, so I'll put it on. It's there a little bit now. I'll even then. I don't even think it keeps it off. Okay. Oh no, not in blue. There we go. But the glass is too reflective right now. I really wish that there was like a better office environment map, but CSGO is the only one I can think of that would have a decent one, maybe. Because environment map isn't, you can't just grab any texture. It has to be like a specific one for you, like mapping into a sphere. Can't think of another game that would have like an office environment map built in. So I think instead we'll keep the reflection. We're just gonna like reduce it a bit for now. Maybe I'll poke at it.
William Shatner's filmography.
Just lost too much of it. That's a bit better.
Trying to see who he played in.
Do this now. This light, we're going to lock it. Do the vending machine because I have not done that yet.
See him in Puss in Boots.
Oh, I don't think you have to lock it to the other bone.
I
Yeah.
couldn't tell it.
There we go. playhead there. Also have to get like a light bar in there. What I don't like is that light is very much spreading out and hitting. Oh, that's not hitting Starlight. What is hitting her then? Do I have a light, like a extra light? Ah, yeah, this is way too bright. Actually, that probably shouldn't even be anything. Actually, I don't even need it. I'll have to have something because she's too dark, but I'll have a normal lighting on the outside. She doesn't need a special light. And actually, even this light's probably too bright. I can probably just like lighten the entire scene and just have that be a additional light above her.
Yeah, apparently was Two-Face in a 2017 movie. Batman.
The Puss in Boots Last Wish movie was really good. You haven't seen that one.
It was good.
It was yeah, the choreography in there was astounding. Like the rest of it, the movie was good, but the choreography to me was by far, no, not the choreography, sorry, the cinematography. Cinematography was above and beyond some of the best I've seen in a long time in animation.
Felt like the Spider-Man's the multiverse, but
that was
film.
But like Puss in Boots was it was camera usage. The Into the Spider-Verse, it's not their use of camera, it's their use of it. They're like introducing a whole new artistic style of like throwing in comic book styles and whatever. Because I see cinematography as how do you utilize the camera alone to tell the story, where that is like deviating from reality in a lot of ways with how they would do some of the art stuff, which is really, really cool. But it's definitely a different use of a camera outside the norm.
The twist. Those.
She just wanted peanut butter quackles. And she didn't want to pay for them.
Not. They were overpriced because vending machine stuff is always overpriced. And Trixie is just fighting the system, man. He's losing, clearly. But he's fighting that good fight. Starlight just wants Doritos.
Yeah, she wants Doritos and not to deal with Trixie's shit.
It's like, Trixie, you just got your paycheck. Why can't you afford Doritos? Trixie needed new capes. And it just shows her entire trailer full of nothing but cape in my brain.
Trixie's reality shows a weakness in our society.
She's like, that's not the point, Starlight. It's the principle of the matter. Not paying 3 bits for Doritos. Probably be a lot of money considering certain points.
So that is clipping a little bit.
Something cracking the
crack?
Oh, like a crinkling. Or it's just settling. The whole basement is caving in.
Well, I mean, we're doing a lot of electrical stuff, so I would have concerns if it was something electrical being goofy.
Weed smells.
Magic smoke?
No, but the magic smoke. Anytime
Why would I not know about the magic smoke?
Because every time we blew up something at my old job, we always said, it's releasing the magic smoke.
Why? How often were you blowing things up at your old job?
To be fair, I wasn't blowing stuff up, but sometimes we'd get stuff in that was already blown up, and sometimes it would just shoot smoke out the side of it the second we turned it on. And we would refer to it as the magic smoke. And I just remember...
That's a common term, actually, for that.
I just remember one day sitting down at my bench, turning on a system, and then just letting it smoke for a bit because I was tired. Like, this is like a pain in the ass. I fixed it. That's what I did.
Okay. Once there's no more like clipping and whatever, and you got the glass looking in there, it looks a lot nicer because now it actually has the illusion of glass, like she's flopping around. It gets the rest that like locked in there. My concern though is that it's still like the particles not showing here
on her horn. Oh, that's a lot.
No, it's a weird thing, and there's not much I can do about it. It's gonna be minimal though.
Get your fat head out.
No, that's what's like. That's the whole thing about it, is that Trixie is still interrupting her ability to get chips, but she just cares so little that she looks straight past the chips, knows Trixie's there or doesn't. I don't know.
She does. She's tired of Trixie's crap. She just wants but I do want Trixie being like, help, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Starlight. This machine made me do it again.
Does Trixie need to apologize for something? Having her say, does Trixie need to apologize for something? And then having Magic tip the whole machine over. Be like, Trixie is sorry. It actually would be kind of funny.
They're fighting that day.
Yeah, they had a fight. Just
Trixie wasn't aware of the fight, but they're having a fight.
No, because that implies that Trixie did something stupid, but then the joke has nothing to do with her being stuck in there. It feels like the punchline is disconnected from the initial starting joke.
She's still ignoring her because this has happened before.
Yeah,
tired of it.
I like the other one, but it doesn't work as a cohesive joke. So
yeah, it should definitely be, the implication should be this has happened too many times. Conquered?
Your cup's empty too.
Yeah.
And back what happened? Not much.
Get out.
Did some cleanup on Trixie so that she doesn't look like she's clipping the thing anymore. Hold on. I'm considering. Okay, so the middle swipe is right here. I'm gonna grab her right leg. If this works in a very rough sense, it's about at least halfway through letting her just legs stay up. Nah, it's not needed. Okay. Because it just bugs me a little bit that she just kind of like swings her legs back and forth. Let's take a scratch. Welcome. I'm working on. I feel like I don't know what I can say about this. We put a horse in a vending machine. Okay, I still got to put the magic on the edges of the vending machine too. So I don't want to do like a full, like the whole thing lights up. I'm thinking maybe if I just do the edges. I'm thinking that's going to be the best way to do it. Because if I do the whole thing, that's annoying. If I do the rim, you only can kind of see, and also that kind of implies like you could tear the whole front off. I kind of like the idea of just the sides. Do you know how to animate 2D too? I do not. I actually tried for a little while. No, well, okay, there is. I don't have a button for it right now, but I did make a really cheap one of like Derpy running in with Michael's head on top. That is not like skilled animation anyway. I have tried. There's a couple 3D models that are 2D looking, and I know somebody, Takiato. I can't remember his full name. He used to do some things where he would make 2D animations within SFM. It was actually really cool, and I think some of the models are still out there for it. But I have not done anything with 3D or within 2D myself, just all 3D. Been doing it for a decade. This specific program, anyway. What am I at for hours? I know I'm over 11,000. But what am I? 11,100. Yeah, there. I don't know where I'm going towards. My goal is 100,000 or I die. Actually, I don't think it's possible. But I just leave it on. This good friend of mine was wondering how to get rid of something. I don't know what it's called, but I can show you a screenshot they took of it. Yeah, if you have like some additional information, I don't. If you have like, that's me. Yeah, if you have like some extra details, because I don't know what getting rid of something would mean. What? So okay, I need the magic. So we need a base to work off of. So we need some kind of pole. It needs to be flat or long, straight. That might be too thin. Yeah, maybe this could be too thin. That is perfect. So this is going to be magic base bending left. And our vending machine is this one for the full movement. And I got to use this bone, I think. So this might actually be too thick. Yeah, I'd rather have it too thick than not thick enough. Try to get it matched to the top. We're getting 2D and 3D animators to make a map. Or what you mean by a map of the dots? I have to go a little bit in, a little bit out. Thinking too much. I keep clicking the wrong things. It's basically a club or a part of one animation for one person and so on. Oh, okay, yeah, I've a couple of those for friends and stuff. If you're looking for people to be part of a project, I probably wouldn't be able to. I'm usually unable to keep up with my own projects. But appreciate the consideration if you're looking, but good luck though. All our projects could be awesome. There's so much work. The music too. Oh yeah, most of the times they are. I mean, well, most collab projects work the easiest if you have it with music, because it's all pre-made and just say, here's your section. I've done a couple of collabs for Doors, and I've seen a couple others that people had made where they assigned sections. Playhead. Okay, so now this should move. That one to the side does not. Did I boo-boo? I boo-booed. Okay, now it moves correctly. Wait. Oh. What was that? Oh yeah, that beam. That's just off camera anyways, who cares? And now I see magic. probably use your horn one. I'm a little concerned. Did you overfill it again? Moving really slow again. Thank you for the follow. It's okay. Okay. Where's my big ice cubes?
It's probably not super cold.
All right, good luck, second. Hope it works
Because
out.
there were no cold sodas left in the fridge. I assume somebody probably drank them.
I haven't grabbed any in a little while. I've been filling it when I can.
Coffee and booze.
We're going to go grab our model.
Bye-bye, circuit.
These don't need to be locked anymore. Okay, so that works, but it definitely is not thick enough, which is what I was thinking would be. The magic on the horn works because there's a lot more particles, so we're gonna have to go in here to our make continuously. We're gonna go to 600. What was it before? 300. Okay, yeah, 600, and then we have to go and increase our max. Okay, good. So now it should have more particles. That's fine. But they are now... They're no longer locked. So if I move them, there's concern that it doesn't move appropriately. So I'm going to relock them. Okay.
I get to sleep so I can shake off this moment. You don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
An outbreak in Minnesota.
Oh, so this angle has already shown itself to be breaking when it comes to particles.
I can already see if you post this video by itself, it's going to be, why didn't you just use magic to get the Doritos out?
The joke.
You can put like a sticker on it that just says anti-magic.
No,
Something.
it's not neat. Why?
Explain why you can't just use magic.
What you're saying is we need to cater content to haters.
No, you need to explain yourself, mister.
No. Because you could say it's magic resistant, but she's shaking it.
You can't reach into it.
Okay, but now we're adding a lot of context. I'm not going to put a warning label. It looks like it was attached to a couch.
I need a fan fiction written on the side of this machine. The story of the vending machine and its development. Anti-horse magic measures were taken to prevent unicorns from stealing shit, like unicorns are known to do. It was written by...
No, like, there's a certain point where this is... Yeah, it's just going to pop in. It usually is about... It's a culling issue. If I turn the camera down just a little bit like this, a little bit lower from where it was, now it'll work. Okay, and it only works from that angle. Okay, we get it from the front here. Now it gets... I have to turn way too much. Okay, so... That's the case, then I'm not gonna bother. Because I could just say, like, just leave it, not care. But it is a little weird, especially when her horn crosses. Thankfully, the magic stays on the front side, so it still kind of glows. Oh, and the motion blur actually will kind of hide the fact that the magic disappeared. Okay, I can maybe go with that. It's just annoying.
Doritos, so close.
It is. I'm gonna give her the taste of hope.
Like floating off into space, where you try to grab the side of the spaceship and you. Second chance. Next you with the Doritos. Gotta be one of the worst ways to die. I don't think it's ever happened to anybody yet.
Stuck in a vending machine?
No. Floating off into space.
I was gonna say, like, I believe getting crushed by a vending machine is actually in the top deaths in the U.S.
Yeah, because of people who try to shake this stuff out.
The 37 deaths and 113 injuries since 1978 that resulted from consumers rocking and tilting machines in an attempt to obtain free soda or money. That's just over 2 vending machine deaths a year. Hey. Compare that to the national number of shark deaths in 2021, just 1.
I feel like Slate's a little biased. Slate, you need to understand, not trying to get free soda and money. They're trying to get the stuff they paid for half the time. Because that stuff sticks, and then nobody's around to fix it. And it says, there's a little thing here, and maybe we'll get back to you in 6 months. If you catch one of our vending machine operators and beat him with a stick.
That's why you just put in the money again and hope you get 2.
But what if you don't have the money?
But what? Yeah,
and the guy behind you.
No, you got to do it. That's the way vending machines work. They're already
rob
theft.
You, and then they tell you
they already are robbing. It's like $5 for a bag of chips.
All the more reason you get to beat the crap out of them when they don't give you your stuff. I've rocked some vending machines in my time. I'm not gonna lie, not to steal stuff, to get the stuff I paid for. And you know what? If it breaks it, all well and good. It was robbing me. I was being mugged by a vending machine. Don't fight it.
Do you want to talk about it?
I do. The machine hurt my feelings.
Is it
taking my money and not giving me what I paid for?
Oh, so then this side is in front and this side is not. So most of the time, that's what the issue is calling, and so it's that the camera is thinking based on the angle that object is either in front of or outside of camera range, and so it's deciding that it needs to be treated in some weird way, and it's usually based on wherever the root is, and if it gets far from the root, that's why, like, if I get to here it pops back in, but if you like go to this point it isn't, but if I go up to like here it might act different. It's super goofy. Some models are just super bad about it, but normally it's because like something about it wasn't properly created or something, but it's also because most of SFM is not running as a traditional game. It's like it's running a game engine, but with the allowance for you to basically stop physics and all this other stuff, so it gets confused.
I'll tell anybody in this chat right now, if I see you pay for something in a vending machine and it doesn't give it to you, I will join you and beat the crap out of that vending machine.
Most vending machines now are much better than they were then.
Maybe, but if it happens, I will join them, and if one of us dies, we will have died for a just cause. War against the vending machines.
Are the claw machines vending machines?
No, because they're supposed to be hit and miss.
I mean, it's the same thing though, right?
Sometimes. Depends on how shitty the vending machine is.
Have you ever seen those versions of machines where you get to keep playing till you win?
Yeah, but they only give you like cheap candy.
Oh yeah, it's always cheap stuff.
Yeah, like you put in 50 cents, it gives you back like 10 cents of candy.
Yep.
But you always get that 10
best
cents.
vending machine we've ever found. Where they gave you booze.
It's a good vending machine. Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, we had it was at Cider Fest. There's a bar that was over there that had a truly vending machine. So you could put money in to win alcohol. I mean, by the time I think we ended up having somebody win one, but in the end, it ended up being like a $20 truly.
Yes.
So I mean, you're spending more than what you're getting, but it was funny and the memories were worth it. So
yes.
Back in 8th grade, a buddy of mine had a vending machine bolt key. Also, the snack machine could be smacked in a certain way, then punch in the numbers to get a snack to drop. I'm not saying we took advantage of those facts. Definitely sounds like he did, but I'm just saying the janitor never could figure out why they always came short. Oh, okay, so you just send that to me now? Yes. I'm just wondering how to get rid of the tiny little gray things.
No, that's that.
Even rendering, exporting image. Oh, okay, so you're talking like the speckles. Mm-hmm. That's not difficult. So, I mean, you can see them now because this is the same speckles that they're talking about. So what it is if you're in preview mode like this, it's going to always show the exact speckles. But normally if you don't touch anything, you would also see it when you go to preview mode. So as soon as I switch to this mode, this is where it should preview what the render is going to look like. And that's what you can see, like, taking a second. But most SFM and this, even some of my early stuff, I didn't realize this. Your render settings start low. They'll start at use camera settings, which is this. And as you can see, this is what it would look like. And so the reason that there's still speckles there is use camera settings is 4 passes. And you can actually kind of see that a little bit. If you look really closely, you can see like 4 images of that motion blur. 4 passes is not enough to really smooth things. The whole point is to like multiple passes to smooth everything out. 4 passes is horrible. That is way below where you should be. If you're just working on things, it's fine. The whole point of those speckles is it's SSAO. It's meant to be a very, very quick method of showing you it without ruining your render times or your preview times, because otherwise you'd be like running at like 10 FPS just using the software. So all you really have to do to fix that is just increase your sample number. That's it. So I would recommend you would go to, at the minimum, 64. And for the most part, there's 2 different settings here. They kind of have an effect, but in terms of render, whatever the highest one is, the other one is going to have to go through the same. It's not going to have the same render quality as the high one, but it's still going to have to go through that many samples, so you might as well make them even. So the big way to fix, just set it to 64 minimum. Don't go above 256. It's depth of field goes to 1024, motion blur goes to 256. It's anything above 256. It might increase the quality, but when you're double the render time for something that's almost indistinguishable, it's not really worth it unless you have like your aperture set overwhelmingly wide beyond its normal limits to where you're getting the tilt shift effect. It's just not worth it. And also because it sometimes just doesn't render super high ones to start breaking. So I would recommend 64 to 128 and then you're good. So like now you can see this. If I set this to 64, now you can see it goes boom, 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 and nice and smooth.
How do you get into that menu? Wondering.
Oh, just right click anywhere within your normal preview window viewport and go to render settings.
There you go.
You are able to break down these values per shot. This, it doesn't just say 64, it says 64 override. And so it is saying everything across the board is 64. More mainly if it's kind of blank, I guess. But you can, if you right click your camera, go to show an element of your camera, you can set it here. The confusing part is it's no longer on a 4, 8, 16, 32, 64 scale. It's on 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which those corresponding to. It's super confusing. There's really not much need for that unless you have a super long video that you need to render like definitely overnight with optimal quality and you're trying to optimize your time. It's really not, just go with the higher quality render. It doesn't matter. So yeah, that's the way to fix it. Just right click, the viewport, render settings, and set the samples to a 64. I'll oftentimes pre-render because I'm just previewing it. I'll set it to 32. It's very close to final for what I'm doing here, but at least it's a little quicker for processing.
I don't know why, but I just started imagining the monolith from 2001: A Space Odyssey, but it's a vending machine, and they're all just trying to whack at it to get a thing of Skittles. That's just almost leaning out. Funny. You ready to join the 2001: A Space Odyssey fandom?
Is there a fandom?
I think it's just film buffs from the 1990s and 1980s. And
I still haven't seen that movie, but I have it on Blu-ray.
Nobody wants to watch that. We've been over this.
I have it. No, I have it because I want to watch it at some point, but I'm not going to watch it like a sit down on the couch and watch it. I'm going to put it on the side of something while I'm doing something else.
2001: A Space Odyssey was super notable when it was made because it did amazing things with this cinematography at the time.
It's fairly scientifically accurate too. No, that's what I said. I want to watch it as a put it on second monitor type watch, not a sit down and watch type thing. Cheers, Jelly on the Water.
I have seen most of it. I couldn't get through all of it, admittedly.
Also, hello, Jelly. Suggestion is that you should put a metal lid on the dispenser to mimic vending machines more closely. Metal lid. I would.
It looks like a plastic.
But I don't think it's needed. It's just more things. I would rather have it where you immediately see it fall down and not have it flop around. Because if you don't see it, or it could be that the only way Trixie got in there was by taking it out. Yeah,
I would think the metal lid would be what's keeping her in.
No, it would be that she's big.
It opens only one way.
Well, she's big horse. It would be funny, like have her like squeeze her head down there, and then like have her mouth come up there and be like, "Trixie wants out."
Same Trixie.
64 for both. I have depth field and motion blur. And did you recommend me to switch it to 64 or something? No, it's more of if you're just in the software working on things, you're not rendering. But you want a decent preview, 32 is the way to go. It's very close to the final with that, but I would recommend it not for a render. It's just much quicker because every time you increase this, it doubles your render time. So from 8 to 16 is double, 8 to 32 is quadruple, 8 to 64 is 8 times, and it gets to the point of very logarithmic time. So 32, that means it's half as much time as 64 for your preview. But when you're rendering, the difference between 32 and 64 is still pretty noticeable. You can spot the differences in the render quality. Once you go from 64 to 128, it starts getting harder to where if you put them next to each other on a freeze frame, you'll probably notice it. If you were to just hit play for 2 renders and watch them next to each other, you'd have a hard time distinguishing the differences. But from 32 to 64, you could probably start spotting the differences. So it's bang for buck is what I'm looking at. 64 is if I have a slow computer, but I want a decent quality, that's the minimum I would go. If you have a pretty beast machine or you're going to render overnight, do 128. If you want to do 256, great. But if your depth of field isn't like I said, overridden to some stupid number, it's probably not going to be noticeable. The whole point of the motion blur is all motion blur does. And I remember I had a picture and I remember I can never find it. Where I went and took a bunch of depth of field images to compare them. It was on Twitter and I have to go way back to find it. All motion blur and depth of field, well, let's just say depth of field. Depth of field, all it does is says as something gets further and further away, it just together. So the more samples you have of that camera,
nobody can see you.
Signal lost.
It's like you seem so passionate about what you're talking about. Oh no, it's back apparently.
What happened?
I don't know. You died for a minute. We stopped existing.
Doesn't show. I don't see any loss of frames either.
A couple people were saying. 3 people. Yeah.
Twitch might have had a glitch. I'm not seeing anything wrong from my side. Normally I do. So, all right, I'll repeat that bit. So here I set it to 8 samples, and you can count that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so all it's doing is it's either for motion blur, it's taking what the camera sees across that time frame divided by 8, or if it's divided by 32 divided by 64, or for depth of field, it's what the camera will see at some random positions that it kind of like calculates, I guess, around it from wherever the focal point is. So it'll say, here's my central point, move the camera around, keeping that in the middle and kind of wobbling around, and then just blends those together. So, but you can even see here, they're not really blended. It's like 8 images at 1/8 opacity overlaid on top of each other. So they're not really, I guess, smooth. They're just multiple layers of the same image, just transparent over each other. But in that 8, you can definitely see if I put this to like use camera setting. Camera setting actually, well, it set it to 8, but I thought it'd be 4. It's still really bad. But if I go to not 32, we'll go to 32. So now there's 32 of these images. You can still see each of these individual little images that are across here, but as they start getting overlaid on top of each other, you start getting a blur effect. But if I go to 64, this is a camera movement that is already well beyond what you probably will have to do, because that is a very fast movement. You're kind of getting to the point of not really being able to distinguish individual frames anymore. So could you go to 128? Yeah, you definitely could. And is it going to improve the quality? Yeah. But it's going to start getting to the point of you're not going to really tell the difference on it. So, and sometimes the image will start getting worse depending on what you're doing. So if you start going too high. So that's where I recommend the 64 minimum, so that you at least get the nice blend of those frames without being able to see individual frames. But motion blur is a stretch in a single direction, so you can get away with less frames for the blur because they're all kind of overlapping each other, sort of. For depth of field, it's in a circle. So now it's not where motion blur would be in a straight line. Depth of field now has this whole other axis. So that's where having 128 can be much more useful. But the only time I'd really say like it would be needed is if you're doing a situation where, say, you have, let's just grab a new camera. Okay, so let's say we have a camera. This isn't a great scene for it because they're so close. I'm gonna try to do it with the wall back there. Maybe we're gonna set our focal distance to here. And so right now I'm going to set it to mid aperture, and you can see that the background will get kind of blurred. For how blurred that is, that's like a teeny tiny distance. 64 samples are being spread across that. Let's say on 64, you're never going to tell the difference between 64, 128, 256, because there's literally such a small amount of distance. Even at maximum of this meter, how long of a distance it is from this to this for that corner. 64 samples are being squashed in there. It's all going to blend together. But if you overrode this sample and said like 40, and you went to do what would be kind of, I would consider a tilt shift camera, and you're doing this type of blur, then it starts getting pretty wide where you can maybe get a benefit from going to like 128, 256. And I've had a shot like that. It was actually the video that I did the testing on this because of the shot, and it was Australia.
I love that.
So that beginning blur doesn't count because that was done in post. It was when they do the zoom in here. So here, this zoom in was so strong that are like, I had to zoom in so much with having such a big blur to get the effect that I wanted, that you can see the lines, but this is because this is only 64 on this one. I could not render it at 128. I was actually getting it to crash and have problems, so I had to back it off to 64. I would have loved to do 128, and I could do individual frames, but I couldn't do the whole thing. So it's on these where you start having these like stupidly overburdened values for how wide your aperture is supposed to be, that you'll want a higher value. But otherwise, when in doubt, 64, 128.
What's that pony's name again?
Fire something.
Oop.
It is the she's the earth pony that magically grows a horn.
Yeah, I just remember that Rainbow Dash kisses her right before she takes off. It's the only thing I remember.
What about making singular images? Would I still need to have both motion blur and depth of field at 32? Oh no, so well, I'm talking. I would only do 32 if you're previewing, if you're working in the environment and you want to see close to, but you're not ready for render yet. At render for images, I would basically go as high as you're able to go, because if you're only doing one frame, the only difference between those is maybe like an extra 20 seconds on the render. So it's more of, if you're going to be looking at, like for instance.
Twice in Australia, where she just kissed a man and flew off to the next town without a word.
On this one, the FOE turntable, this one I did it was a 32. I wish I would have done more than that. 32 is way too low. But the reason I did was because I had to do it at 120 FPS because I was going to slow it down to 30 FPS, but the only way that I could make it like work for the time that I wanted was render it at 120, and then I could just divide it by 4 and make it 4 times slower at 30 FPS. But it took for at 32 with 8 motion blur, there was really not much motion, so it didn't matter. It took 15 seconds a frame. So let's say I went to 128, that's times 4, so you're talking a minute per frame. Or if I did 256, now you're talking 2 minutes a frame. And this shot was 1700 frames. So let's say I did, so at I don't have it, so 1700 frames times 15 seconds, you're talking 25,000 seconds, or 425 minutes, or it took 7 hours. Okay, so it took 7 hours, but now I go from 32 to 64. Well, times by 2, 14 hours. Well, that started going from overnight into actually taking, like, cutting into my next day. Well, what if I went from 64 to 128? 28 hours. And if I wanted to do that 256, well, now it's going to take 57 hours. That's over 2 days of your computer sitting. Now, I couldn't, and I was actually having problems where the computer would have an update or something would happen. It would break the render, and because of particles work, I would have to start it off from the beginning. I ended up trying it 3 times at 64, and it would have problems at some point, so I just went to 32. So yeah, it's always do as high as you're able to for the time you have, but I'm just saying, don't think that you have to do 1024. There are people out there that are like, everything has to be 1024, optimal quality. You're not going to tell the difference in a shot like this with the camera. Like, even if I put this to like double the normal aperture value, I could probably still get away with 64, and maybe not even, like, I bet you I can do it now. Like, let's say 64.
Probably with that face looks like a turd.
Yeah, even with 64, you can't tell the difference. So if you can't tell the difference, don't waste your time. Like, having your whole computer render for that, you're just burning electricity. It's just kind of a waste.
Starlight has turtle face.
He does.
It's like, Michael, we're listening. Starlight has turtle face.
But again, a lot of that timing, or a lot of that information was based on animation stuff. For pictures, it's only going to be a couple minutes extra, maybe at the worst. Just render it as high as you're able. He's just explaining how to make a tremor effect. No, I'm just saying in general, like, it's anytime you have any blur, any motion blur, like any motion is happening, or any depth of field effect, it doesn't matter. Tremors actually get a little interesting, and I would recommend, if you're able to do a tremor effect in post, do not do it in SFM, because let's say I wanted to make like an effect that like the whole scene is shaking, and I wanted to maintain motion blur on, which is important. Let's say that at this part things just started shaking, so I grab my camera here and I'm like, I got my transform and I'm gonna jitter it. So like here, so now it starts shaking. You're like, bam! Look at that! It's just shaking the camera. This is what your actual shots are going to look like. Is they're going to look like this big blurred mess, and because the camera is moving, so it's blurring it. The better recommendation is instead in post, if you're able, if you're rendering it 4K, it works the best. If you're going to have your output be in 1080, then still render it in 4K. Is you can do some stuff in different programs to just shake the screen in post. So you would zoom in a little bit so that you have some buffer room, and then shake it within, and then you might have to, like, after it's like, have it zoom in right before the shake and zoom out right afterwards. Try to make it so it's smooth and not noticeable. Otherwise you're gonna get black bars because it's gonna move it out of frame. Then you don't have any blur. This is all just based on the original renders. That's what I've done for everything. Like in rocket surgery, when the rocket takes off here, yeah, when this happens, so that was done in post. That
Science.
and if you look kind of carefully, there's something you can do with After Effects and stuff that's called, it's like mirroring, edge mirroring, I think. And yeah, so you can kind of see it up here if you look really closely. You can see that it kind of comes up, but then it suddenly bends like back the other direction for a couple pixels. That's because what it's doing is it's taking the whole video, flipping it up, and using that to fill in the area. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. And this, for how everything was pretty consistent around the edges, it worked. But if you kind of do watch up at the top of this thing shaking, every now and then you can kind of notice things kind of bounce in. Like here, you can see this wire kind of come in, then just bounce out again, and it does it for one frame. But most of the times people look at the middle of the screen, so I thought that was worthwhile. But it's way better of a shake. So
Oof.
here, Michael, I'll give it. I'll let you have this.
It's so cute. I love her little hooves.
Her little hooves?
She got little hooves on the little platform. Oh, there's a hoof kickies, and I like the science button. Presses it with her big hoof.
What, like you like the little hooves?
Little hooves, yeah. Little hooves, they're so cute.
I still love that scene.
Such a last minute addition, too.
As it comes, it's such a jarring difference because I just didn't want to redo crap.
Look at that hoof. Bring that hoof down.
She's bringing that hoof down. Michael, what's she going to do with it?
She's gonna
boop?
gonna boop that button.
Which button? Is it that button? She gonna boop that button?
You're gonna boop the science button.
That button.
It's
It's the bigger button.
a big science button. Video is so cute.
I really like it. I think that it's funny that my favorite scene is the elevator, and that was such last
It was
minute.
very last minute. You were like, how do I make these two scenes work together?
Yeah, I had other ideas for elevators, and I'm like, I don't want to have her leave the room. What if I just make the elevator where she is? Okay.
Mr. Soul Kitty, I already gave a ghost fact. I am possessed, and this is a fact, by a British ghost. Like, I'm still here, but there's a British ghost trapped within me. And every time I do a voice impression, he escapes, which is why everything ends in ooh. And now you know that's a British ghost. He's like, ooh, spooky. Spooky British ghost.
He made a British ghost.
I didn't make him. He found me. He flew across the pond.
This cute little hoof. You're about to obliterate your body in name of science. Anyways, I hope that stuff answered your question. The whole stuff with like depth of field and like the layering thing, it was actually confusing to me too, and I had to just take some time to like actually render. I rendered out images at 4, 8, 16, 32, all of them, and then put them all next to each other so that I could see the differences and see where in that like scale I wanted to be, and that's where I kind of came up with that information. And that was even a worst case.
No, I'm thinking back to when I used to have actual horses, and they would stomp things to death with their hooves. But then like now imagine these ponies trying to stomp things to death with their hooves, and they're so tiny and small and cute. They can't do it, but they're trying really hard. Your ghost. It's like, ooh, I'm British. Ooh. And then it's like, I like crumpets and tea. Ooh. I like Churchill. He was a great man. Ooh. And then it's like, the Queen is with us now. Ooh.
Michael's opinions are not reflective of the opinions of the channel.
British ghost. Very good British ghost. I'll ask Declan. I bet he'll like it. I always check with him about all things in the matter of British. And he always says when I do my British impression, he always says, Michael, stop it. I'm assuming because he wants me to save it up for not overuse it. He knows it's amazing.
Well, because he gets confused and he thinks that there's another British there.
He's like, more British? Where?
Michael has a friend that's British, and that's where, and he apparently likes to just give him shit.
For being British. Yes.
So why do you treat him so badly? Because he's British.
Yes.
They tried to take our country from us.
I do find small victories every time we're playing Civ and he says aluminum instead of aluminium, because we all just say like, you have aluminum, and he'll be like, yeah, I got aluminum, and then I'm like, yeah, I win.
In his defense though, aluminium is way more fun to say.
It is a lot better.
What's the other isn't it caramel and caramel?
That's more of just
I think it's everybody.
It's everybody.
Yeah. But aluminium is way more fun.
It is a much better way of pronouncing it. Opposite of Kentucky hillbilly. You see, the funny thing is, I grew up listening to that accent my whole life, and I can't really slip into it.
No, every now and then, Michael, I when he gets kind of excited or something, I've heard him go a little bit more southern. But overall, otherwise, he is about as southern as you're going to get from him, which is kind of funny because it is very southern.
It's it's hard to do isolationism because that's what a Kentucky hillbilly accent is. It's just like, oh, we all went on down to the farm, and we were looking at getting some cows, and we were there's a lot of stumbling. That's legit. There's a lot of stumbling over your words.
Sounds like you were trying to do the South Park intro song. Well, come on down, it's
like, we're going on down to the country store. We're going to get beers, and then we're going to come on back here, and then we're going
to. What's his name from King of the Hill?
You're thinking of Boomhauer?
Boomhauer, yeah.
Is that what that was?
Is that what you're thinking?
No, I was just thinking of like some of my neighbors.
Oh, no, but are your neighbors Boomhauer?
I guess. My uncle Billy, he had a strong Kentucky accent. But I grew up with it so much in my life, when I hear it, it doesn't sound weird to me. So I can't recreate it because I don't know. It doesn't sound. If I hear a Kentucky accent, it can be thick as hell, it will not sound weird to me because I grew up hearing it my whole life. I learned how to speak from watching television because that's what raised me. But if people actually got raised by their family, they tended to have that accent and no television because they couldn't afford it. But it's a funny thing. If I hear an accent, in most cases, like, oh, that's an accent, and then I can attempt to replicate it. But as far as like Kentucky accents go, I know some people have strong accents, but I don't hear it at the time. Somebody has to be like, wow, that guy's accent was so thick I couldn't understand a word he was saying. I'll be like, I understood him fine.
Because you have the disease.
Just grew up with it.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out, there's like a little bit of clipping going on, I think, in here. I'm trying to get it to not.
It's actually proved really useful in my job, actually, because I get a lot of people from the South, machine guys who just work construction, and they'll have really thick Southern accents. And one guy I work with can't understand some of them, but when I get to talking to him, I understand fine. Like I'm the hillbilly talker.
Hillbilly whisperer.
Yes, I bridge the gap between the hillbillies and the normals.
So there's a little bit of a line there, and it'll work fine. It blinks in and out now, but when you actually let it render, it will almost always just kind of end up being like a foggy line through there. Well, maybe not actually. It's not here now, and now it is. So it might. I'll worry about that later.
I think the only English.
Remove the AO and SFM, and things are looking a little more interesting now. Oh yeah, if you remove ambient occlusion, it will look
more like the cartoon.
It'll look cartoonish, but the point of AO is to. It doesn't create real shadows. It tries to say when two things are coming together, that more than likely that gap or that area is gonna have less light hitting there. So it's creating artificial shadows in a more energy efficient way. The best way would be to, like, using Blender or something, to do full ray bouncing, where it tries to bounce everything around, because then just less rays will get in there. But games are meant to be about efficiency, and ray tracing is not efficient. So because if you're worrying about rendering, it doesn't matter if it takes 60 seconds to do a frame, where in a game you need 60 frames per second. So if you remove AO, yeah, it'll be fine. You can do it, but it will look a lot flatter because you're losing a lot of those type of shadows. And without it though, you can definitely like shut off all lights for the areas and be very meticulous on how you do your lighting, but almost all of them would require being shadowed. And if you're very careful with it, you could probably get a much better looking product than AO would give. It's just, if you're using SFM, you probably care more about speed and efficiency and utility than you care about actual inequality. Where if you wanted actual, like, really good quality, just use Blender. If you want to really play around with it, put on outline only.
That looks like the cartoon more than anything, but cell shaded essentially.
Problem is, as soon as you start getting like a decent distance away, those lines are the same thickness no matter your distance.
I think that's good though.
No, but like
strong outlines no matter where you are.
I can't get far enough away, but also if you get up this close though, you know, like the lines get to the point of super thin. So the line here looks thinner. It's the same thickness no matter your distance.
The line, that would be amazing.
You can. But the only colored lines you can do is every line on the screen.
Yeah, you can't do it.
So you could mask it and like in post actually mask around, render it in multiple colors, and you could do that. But that sounds like hell on earth. And some models don't. Like this whole background isn't going to look like anything because there's no edges. So it's not going to have it. This is going to have it on the edge. But the whole edge thing works if you build your scene using models and are very careful about it. But if you have any pre-made maps, none of the pre-made maps will do that. Like if you look around here, like that door, because it's a model, sure, but then none of the rest of it really has it. Feels like you're not really cartoonifying anything. It feels like this weird middle ground. for stuff. You can use both them together, or you can go into weird what the hell mode.
Is what the hell? Hot.
Actually, that mode is really nice. It'll show you, like, so if you wanted a coloring book.
Yay, free horse.
But
It's
this
like
will
the horse and the blob.
No, this is nice because it actually shows you. So now you can see exactly what the lines are. So you can see that the thickness is the same, but they start getting much closer together. But as you get closer, the line's still the same thickness. So.
We'll see.
But then here, this whole like front cover, there's no ambient occlusion to it. So it's not even showing up with its lines.
Yeah.
So some things just don't work right. But it's kind of a neat artistic thing.
Creepy.
Weird. What the hell? What the hell mode looks awesome. No, it's actually really nice. There's other times where like a model will suddenly, you'll start seeing like weird ghosty images of things from behind it. And it ends up being that for some reason, that model is allowing the ambient occlusion of the models behind it to show in front of it. So what the exact image that you were seeing there in what the hell mode, if you turn that on, that model will just completely disappear because the ambient occlusion layer is showing in front of it. So you can't even see it in that mode. But then as soon as you swap out, and that's actually probably the reason the particles aren't showing, for the same reason. It's not showing up with that layer. It's not showing up in the other ones either. But it also means that this whole cover has no ambient occlusion. So some of these little like, well, I guess there is no edges there, but like in here, these little key sockets, normally there'd be little dark edges here. Nothing. It's just rusted in some goofy ways. There's ways to kind of force things on. Where is front cover? Let's vending machine. We're in Black Mesa.
I knew it was Black Mesa. Good game. A remake of a classic.
Ops Canteen. Oh, that's the location name. Okay.
Reminds me that Cal never did play Alex. What about that?
Miles Gibbs, Ops Canteen, Vending Machine 01. Okay. And it is saying, I guess this is this is the file that matters. So yeah, it's just saying its textures in a different location. It's in Models Props Canteen, not Gibbs. Let's see here. I can't remember how you spell occlusion. Is there an extra U in there?
Hence. Are you British?
Oh, it's occlusion. Okay, I spelled it right. This probably won't fix anything. SFM gets really weird for some things. Like, this is the property for adding ambient occlusion. Well, what if I don't add it? It'll still work. Well, what if I don't add it? It'll still work.
I feel like something funny to do with Declan is to just type him a message but add extra U's to all the words. And he'll just be like, what are you doing? I'll be like, I'm typing in British. All the extra U's.
Yeah, this didn't make any difference. It's still doing its thing. SFM is really weird because there is, I'm not going to really find it here, but I could probably open up random texture. Yeah, let's just do this one. There is a file version 7.2. So there's 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.1. There's a huge range of texture versions that I think can modify how some things act and don't act and whether certain properties apply to it properly or not. And I think SFM supports up to 7.4. If I remember right, Dota has 7.5. And if you actually go and try to load it in SFM, it'll run, but it'll have some issues. And if you try to open it in VTF Edit, it will even say like, we can't do anything. This is too new of a file. So you have to go into the hex editor to tell it to treat it like a 7.4, and then it works. It's goofy. The textures, I'm hoping that the new version of SFM, SFM2 is better on that side of things. It's out, kind of. MLP SF 3D SFM coloring book win. If you were to plan your shots, and you'd have to like almost build it pretty specific to stuff, being that all the lines are the same like lengths and stuff, you can actually do that. You could actually make like a coloring book type thing. It would just take a little bit of work because you would have to like make sure that there's enough space in certain areas and whatnot. You could do it 100%. Just if you had a lot of stuff that, because all the lines are the same distance, that are way far in the background, say you had like a bunch of models that are all melded into one little ball, or like close to each other, like say furniture in a living room that's down the hall, they're going to start getting really close to each other to almost start becoming a black mesh. That's why I've never really used it. Things that are really far away start becoming just a blob, and things up close start losing the lines and just taking on like flat texture. There's not really much of a middle ground, or the middle ground between those two are good. It's the extremes that suck.
Good.
Anyway. So we have gotten to the point of I don't think I can
gotta come up with some lines, man. Slow motion.
Here it comes.
Don't get those chips. Don't buy them. So close. No. Eunice. He's following those chips.
Where are you going? Wait, what?
I feel at this point her eyes should be closed just because how close the chips are poking her.
I would like to have her eyes like right here, but this is the farthest back I could put the eye with the current limitations, unless I had it re-encoded. But not worried enough. Anyways, we got everything that we can done today. Everybody just has to get some audio, and then from there it's just going to be some generic lip syncing and stuff. But anyways, we're done.
Beat up that voice actor.
Yeah, he's got to get his work done.
Sent his like portfolio.
You did.
Voices.
Yep, you did. And then I was like ghosted. So here's Shane's on. Was he doing a buddy stream? No, he's doing
No gun.
Hey, look, that's
No
a
problem.
movie that's now not so. On my timer though. Well, this is actually a pretty short ad.
And then another ad. I recognize this. What is this?
See,
This is familiar.
wait, what?
Bizarre.
I just watched the ad. Oh my god! Oh my god! I hate you.
Actually, it looked like a couple of different anime characters all talking to one another.
I don't, he might be
heck
working
is
on
that?
something.
The animating a thing?
I don't know. It looked like JoJo. Is JoJo the one with the?
I know.
Yeah, I hate Twitch ads too. Yeah, because like, look, if I like, okay, it's 2 seconds. So I went away, and I'm gonna
he's
go.
doing shipping of different characters, and people request a ship, and he ships it.
Is that what it is?
Think so? Shipping art anywhere. Homie Pete.
Because what is it? That's a media player. So he's watching.
Was the first time I've ever
Oh, yep, that was something he did. Okay.
I think he's just.
It didn't look like a villain from My Hero Academia. The glasses I thought were like a JoJo thing. But anyways, we can head over to Hero Stream. He's doing Buddy Stream. I think you can modify him in some way. He doesn't turn into a horse, Michael.
Used to have a little horse hat.
He might still have the Hero Strain hat.
The true hero
4 different series:
strain.
Boku no Hero, JoJo, 14 Fortress, and I forgot the other one. Okay.
I feel like
But over to him. And we will see you Sunday. I don't know what we're playing yet. We can't play Baldur's Gate. until the week after, or week from this Sunday, because half of our crew is out of state on vacation for a little while. So we're going to have to do something else for Sunday. So
yeah. I feel like somebody needs to do the meme from that one shape-shifting chick from X-Men, where it's just like, show me the real you, and it transforms into the real her. Like, no, the real you, and it transforms into the actual blue version, but just Hero Strain, it's like, the real you, and transforms into the anime chick. It's like, no, real you, into the horse.
But somebody already did that.
Well, that exact thing.
I think it was Guitar Hero.
Did that the Hero Strain?
He did. No, he did it with Sunset Shimmer. Thank you to Circuit Sketch, to Casual Roblox Player, and Shalaka1 for the follows. Thank you to Pie Lover 1010 for the resub, and thank you to Sunset for moderating. And I will see you guys later. Bye bye.
Fun weekend.
I need Michael's theme on its own.
Diddly diddly do da boop. Doop da da doop da da dee da.